Hi, friends. Welcome to New Sleeping Story. Take a slow breath and let yourself become very still. Tonight, we are going to travel farther back than any human memory can reach. Farther back than the first forests. Farther back than the dinosaurs. Farther back than the first animals. We will travel to a time when Earth was young. A time when there were no trees. No birds, no whales, no flowers, no people, not even a single blade of grass. Only a young planet, surrounded by darkness, floating quietly beneath an ancient sky. So, as you settle into your bed, there is nothing you need to remember, nothing you need to solve. You can simply listen and let the story carry you backward, very slowly, back through the immense history of our world. Imagine Earth, about 4 billion years ago. The planet you know today would have been almost unrecognizable. The continents were not arranged as they are now. The oceans were different. The atmosphere was different. The surface was warmer in many places, and enormous volcanic regions were constantly reshaping the land. Earth was still settling into its long life. But even then, beneath the chaos, something extraordinary was beginning. Something so small, so delicate, that it would eventually become every living thing we know. Life. But life had not appeared yet. Not as far as we know. There were no cells drifting through the oceans. No microorganisms swimming through warm water. No forests breathing in sunlight. No creatures hiding beneath rocks. Earth was simply a young world, filled with chemistry, water, minerals, gases, heat, energy, and countless molecules, moving through an enormous natural experiment. For millions of years, the planet continued changing. Rain fell onto newly formed rocks. Streams carried minerals toward the seas. Volcanoes released gases into the atmosphere. Lightning occasionally flashed across the clouds, and the oceans slowly gathered across the surface. Imagine standing beside one of those ancient oceans. There would be no familiar coastline, no palm trees, no birds calling overhead, no footprints in the sand. Only waves, wind, rock, and an unfamiliar sky. The ocean would stretch toward the horizon, dark beneath the changing atmosphere. And somewhere within that enormous body of water, molecules would drift together, separate, and drift together again. Most combinations would lead nowhere. Some molecules would break apart. Others would react with minerals. Some would be destroyed by heat or radiation. But Earth had something very important. Time. An almost unimaginable amount of time. Millions of years. Then hundreds of millions. Then billions. And time gives chemistry opportunities. Again, and again, and again. The earliest story of life may not have begun with a creature. It may not have begun with a cell. It may have begun much more quietly, with molecules, tiny pieces of matter, following the simple rules of physics and chemistry. Atoms combining, bonds forming, bonds breaking, energy moving, water flowing, and in certain environments, some combinations becoming more stable than others. There is something beautiful about this, because nothing needed to know where it was going. There was no plan visible from the beginning. No tiny organism waiting patiently for its turn. Instead, nature was exploring possibilities. One chemical reaction after another. One molecule after another. One environment after another. And somewhere along that enormous journey, chemistry began approaching something new. Something capable of persistence. something capable of copying information, something that could exist, and then produce another version of itself. That transition, from chemistry to biology, is one of the deepest mysteries in science. We know many pieces of the story. We know life today is built from extraordinarily complex chemistry. We know cells contain membranes, genetic information, proteins, and molecular machines. We know the earliest known evidence of life dates back billions of years. But exactly how the first life emerged, we are still investigating. And perhaps that mystery makes the story even more peaceful. Because tonight, we don't need to solve it. We can simply travel through the possibilities. Imagine the ancient ocean again. The water is warm. The surface moves gently beneath a dim sky. Minerals dissolve into the water. Tiny particles drift slowly downward. Near the seafloor, there are cracks in the Earth's crust. Through them, warm water rises. Minerals and chemicals move through hidden geological systems. Elsewhere, shallow pools may fill and evaporate. Rain may return. Water may concentrate certain molecules. Then the cycle begins again. Wet, dry, warm, cool, mix, separate, repeat. Earth is conducting an experiment, without intention, without hurry, and every experiment has countless unsuccessful attempts. Most molecules never become anything important. Most reactions simply end. But occasionally, a molecule may have properties that allow it to persist. Perhaps it interacts with another molecule. Perhaps it helps create another reaction. Perhaps it becomes part of a larger structure. Little by little, complexity can emerge. Not suddenly, not magically, but through enormous numbers of tiny steps. This is one of the most important ideas to remember as we travel through deep time. The first life probably did not arrive fully formed. There was no moment when a complete modern cell suddenly appeared. Instead, there may have been a long transition, a gradual bridge between non-living chemistry and the earliest forms of life. And that bridge may have taken place in many environments, perhaps near hydrothermal systems on the seafloor, perhaps in shallow pools, perhaps around mineral surfaces, perhaps in environments scientists have not yet imagined. The young Earth had many possibilities, and somewhere, perhaps more than once, chemistry may have moved a little closer to biology. Now, let the ancient ocean become quieter. The waves rise gently, then fall, rise, and fall. Above them, the young atmosphere moves slowly around the planet. Below, countless molecules drift in darkness. There is no urgency. Earth has billions of years ahead, and the first tiny steps toward life do not need to happen quickly. So breathe slowly and imagine yourself floating above this ancient ocean. Look down. There are no fish, no jellyfish, no coral reefs. Nothing swims beneath you. Yet the ocean is not empty. It is filled with invisible activity. Atoms and molecules are constantly moving. Water molecules collide. Minerals dissolve. Chemical reactions take place. Energy flows through the environment. An entire hidden world exists, too small for human eyes, and somewhere within it, the first chapter of biology may be beginning, not with a roar, not with a dramatic event, but quietly, almost invisibly, a few molecules, in an ancient ocean, on a young planet, under an unfamiliar sky. And from beginnings this small, the entire living history of Earth would eventually unfold. But for now, There is only the ocean, the ancient earth, the gentle movement of water, and time, stretching endlessly into the future. So let yourself rest here. For a while, there is nowhere else to go, nothing to understand, just an ancient ocean, turning slowly beneath the stars, waiting for life. And eventually, very slowly, life will come. But that, continue to rest comfortably and allow your mind to drift even farther into the distant past. The young earth is still beneath us. The ancient oceans continue to spread across the planet. Waves move gently across the surface. Clouds gather and disappear. Rain falls, and somewhere far below, the deep ocean remains hidden in darkness. Tonight, we descend into those waters, not into the oceans we know today, but into oceans that existed billions of years ago. These waters contain no fish, no sharks, no whales singing in the deep, no coral reefs glowing with color, no forests of seaweed swaying with the currents. The oceans were quiet, yet they were full of possibility. Imagine yourself floating downward through the ancient sea. Sunlight slowly fades above. The surface becomes distant. The water grows darker, cooler, still, and all around you, countless tiny molecules drift through the water. Water itself is a remarkable substance. It covers most of Earth's surface even today. It dissolves minerals, carries nutrients, stores heat, shapes landscapes, and perhaps most importantly for our story, it provides a place where chemistry can happen. The first oceans were vast laboratories, not laboratories built by humans, but laboratories created by nature. Every wave, every droplet, every current was part of an endless experiment. For millions upon millions of years, water moved across rocks. Rocks released minerals. Minerals mixed with the oceans. And chemistry continued its quiet work. Imagine tiny particles suspended in the water. They collide, separate, combine, change, then change again. Most interactions are ordinary. Nothing special happens. But Earth has something chemistry loves. Large numbers, enormous numbers, trillions upon trillions of opportunities. Every second, every day, for countless ages. When enough opportunities exist, interesting things can happen. Scientists believe that some of the building blocks of life may have formed naturally on the early Earth. Simple molecules could combine to create more complex ones. Carbon-based compounds could emerge. Amino acids might appear. Other organic molecules might form, not because they were alive, but because the laws of chemistry allowed them to exist. The ancient oceans became a place where complexity could slowly grow. Not all at once, not in a single location, but gradually, patiently, across enormous stretches of time. Now imagine drifting toward the ocean floor. Far below the surface, you begin to see something extraordinary. Cracks in Earth's crust, openings where seawater travels deep underground. The water becomes heated by the planet's interior, then rises back toward the ocean. These are hydrothermal vents. Even today, hydrothermal vents exist in Earth's oceans. They release mineral-rich water and create unique environments. Many scientists believe places like these may have played an important role in life's earliest beginnings. Picture warm mineral clouds emerging from the seafloor. The water shimmers as temperatures change. Chemicals mix together. Energy flows through the system. Tiny mineral structures form. For millions of years, The vents continue operating, never rushing, never stopping, providing stable environments where chemistry can unfold. The scene is strangely peaceful. No animals gather here. No plants grow nearby. Only water, rock, heat, minerals, and time. The same ingredients working together over and over again. Some researchers imagine that tiny compartments formed within mineral structures, small spaces where molecules could become concentrated, tiny chambers, natural laboratories inside natural laboratories. In such places, certain reactions may have become easier. Certain molecules may have remained together longer, and complexity may have taken another small step forward. No one knows exactly what happened. The evidence from so long ago is limited. The oceans have changed. The continents have moved. Ancient rocks have been transformed. Yet the clues that remain tell us something remarkable. Life appeared surprisingly early in Earth's history, which means that somewhere, within these ancient environments, important processes were already underway. As you drift through the darkness, imagine billions of tiny chemical events happening all around you, each one small, each one simple, yet together creating possibilities. This is one of nature's great strengths. Small changes repeated many times can produce extraordinary outcomes. A single drop of water seems insignificant, but countless drops carve valleys through mountains. A single grain of sand appears unimportant, yet countless grains form beaches. A single chemical reaction seems tiny, but billions upon billions of reactions may eventually help create life. The ocean continues its slow rhythm. Currents move gently. Minerals circulate. The planet turns beneath the stars. And the story unfolds quietly. Now let your imagination rise slightly towards shallower waters. Here, sunlight reaches the surface. The warm glow touches the waves. Day becomes night. Night becomes day. Again and again. Across millions of years. The cycles continue. The young sun shines upon the ancient sea. Energy enters the system. Water evaporates. Clouds form. Rain falls. Rivers carry minerals back toward the oceans. Everything is connected. The atmosphere, the oceans, the rocks, the heat beneath the surface. Together, they create a world where chemistry can explore countless possibilities. Perhaps in a shallow pool, molecules become concentrated as water evaporates. Perhaps rain returns and mixes them once more. Perhaps cycles of wet and dry encourage new combinations. Again and again and again, nature is patient. There is no deadline, no schedule, only opportunities. And with enough opportunities, new possibilities emerge. As you listen, imagine the ancient ocean stretching to every horizon. The water glows softly beneath a dim sky. Waves rise and fall. The planet slowly rotates. And deep within the sea, the ingredients of life continue gathering. Not yet alive, not yet cells, but perhaps moving closer, one tiny step at a time. For now, there is only the ocean, the endless water, the quiet chemistry, the warmth of the young earth, and the gentle passage of deep time. Rest here for a moment. Float peacefully above the ancient sea. Listen to the distant waves. Feel the calm rhythm of the planet. Because in our next chapter, we will explore the mysterious molecules that may have become the first building blocks of life itself. And the story will move one step closer to the first living cells. Globe showing Europe, Africa, blue heart, sleeping face, and now. Let us drift even deeper into the ancient story of Earth. The young planet turns slowly beneath the stars. The oceans continue their endless movement. And somewhere within those ancient waters, chemistry is becoming more complicated. Still, there is no life, no cells, no DNA, no creature watching the sunrise. Only molecules, moving through water, meeting one another, separating, and sometimes forming something new. Take a slow breath and imagine yourself becoming very small, smaller than a grain of sand, smaller than a drop of water, small enough to travel among the molecules of the ancient ocean. Around you, water molecules are everywhere. They move constantly, colliding gently, separating, moving with currents, and mixed within them are countless other molecules. Some contain carbon, some contain hydrogen, some contain oxygen, others contain nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, and many other elements. Carbon is especially important. It has a remarkable ability to form bonds with many different atoms. Because of this, carbon can become part of enormous varieties of molecules. Some are simple, others can become surprisingly complex. And life, as we know it, is built largely from carbon-based chemistry. Proteins, sugars, fats, genetic molecules, cell membranes, all depend on intricate arrangements of atoms. But the early Earth did not begin with modern proteins or modern DNA. Those molecules are the result of an extraordinarily long history. Before biology, there was chemistry. Imagine the ancient ocean as an enormous mixing bowl. Energy enters from many directions. Sunlight reaches the surface. Volcanic activity releases heat. Lightning crosses the atmosphere. Minerals interact with water. Hydrothermal systems circulate chemicals. And everywhere, molecules encounter new possibilities. Some scientists have demonstrated that organic molecules can form under conditions that may resemble parts of the early Earth. Amino acids, for example, can form naturally from simpler ingredients. Amino acids are important because they are the building blocks used by living cells to make proteins. But an amino acid is not alive. It is simply a molecule, a tiny chemical structure. Yet molecules like these would eventually become essential to biology. Imagine thousands of amino acids floating in an ancient ocean. They drift with the currents. They collide. Most encounters mean nothing, but occasionally, two molecules interact in a particular way, and another reaction becomes possible. Then another. Small chains can form, longer chains may form, and eventually, complex molecular structures can emerge. Again, nothing is planning this. The molecules do not understand what they are doing. There is no intention. Only chemistry, the laws of nature operating patiently over immense periods of time. This is one of the most fascinating parts of the story. Life did not necessarily begin with something that was already alive. Instead, life may have emerged from increasingly complicated systems of chemistry. And somewhere along that transition, something extraordinary had to happen. Information had to become important. Living systems need information. Modern cells store enormous amounts of biological information in DNA. DNA contains instructions used to build and maintain an organism. But DNA itself is a complex molecule. So scientists ask, what came before DNA? One possibility involves RNA. RNA can store genetic information, and some RNA molecules can also help chemical reactions occur. Because of these unusual abilities, scientists have proposed what is known as the RNA world hypothesis. The idea is that ancient life may once have relied heavily on RNA-like molecules before modern DNA and proteins became dominant. This remains an active area of research. We do not know exactly whether the first self-replicating systems were RNA, but the possibility gives us a fascinating glimpse into the transition from chemistry to biology. Imagine a molecule floating through an ancient pool. Perhaps it has a shape that allows it to interact with other molecules. Perhaps it can help produce another molecule resembling itself. Not perfectly, but enough. Now there is something new. Replication, a process where information can be passed forward. At first, it may be extremely inefficient. Many copies may fail. Many molecules may break apart. But if some versions are more stable, they may remain longer. And if some can reproduce more successfully, they may become more common. This is a crucial idea, because once information can be copied, evolution becomes possible. Tiny differences can accumulate. Some structures become more successful than others. And over enormous periods of time, the chemistry can begin to change. Imagine millions of molecular experiments taking place simultaneously. Most disappear. Some persist. A few become more successful. Then those successful systems encounter new environments. They change. They interact. They compete for ingredients. And complexity begins to build. Still, we are not yet looking at a modern cell. There is no tiny organism swimming through the ocean. Instead, we may be approaching a stage where chemistry begins behaving more like biology, a system that can maintain itself, a system that can copy information, a system that can change, and perhaps most importantly, a system that can evolve. Now imagine another important structure, a membrane. Modern cells are surrounded by membranes. These membranes separate the inside of a cell from the outside environment. They create boundaries, and boundaries are extremely useful. Without a boundary, molecules simply drift away into the surrounding water. But with a boundary, a collection of molecules can remain together. They can interact. They can create an internal environment. And some simple molecules naturally form membrane-like structures in water. Certain fatty molecules have a special property. One end interacts well with water. Another end avoids it. When placed in water, these molecules can organize themselves. They may form thin layers, or spherical structures, tiny bubbles, primitive compartments. Imagine one of these bubbles floating in an ancient pool. Inside, a small collection of molecules. Outside, the vast ocean. The membrane creates a boundary. Not perfect, not sophisticated, but useful. For the first time, chemistry can become concentrated inside one tiny space. A microscopic world inside the larger world. And now, the possibilities become even greater. A molecule inside the compartment may react with another molecule. The products may remain inside. More reactions may follow. The compartment may grow. It may split. And if the molecules inside can help recreate the same system, something resembling a primitive living structure could emerge. This is one possible pathway toward the first cells. But remember, science has not yet uncovered the complete answer. There may have been many different pathways. Perhaps several early systems appeared. Perhaps some disappeared. Perhaps life began in one environment and later spread into others. The early Earth may have been filled with experiments that we will never know about. Only the successful lineage survived long enough to leave descendants. And those descendants, eventually, became every living thing on Earth. Every tree, every bird, every whale, every insect, every human being, all connected through an immense chain of biological history. And the beginning of that chain may have been incredibly small. A molecule, a membrane, a tiny chemical system, perhaps only a few billionths of a meter across. Now, let your imagination return to the ancient ocean. The sun is setting beyond the horizon. The water becomes darker. The stars begin appearing above the young Earth. The waves move gently, and somewhere in the water, tiny molecular systems continue their silent experiments. No eyes can see them. No ears can hear them. No creature knows they exist. Yet the future of the planet is quietly changing. The first steps toward life are being taken, one molecule at a time, slowly, patiently, almost invisibly. And as you rest, remember how enormous the journey has been. From atoms, to molecules, to chemistry, to the first fragile systems capable of persistence. The universe did not need to hurry. Earth did not need to hurry. And neither do you. You can simply breathe and drift while the ancient ocean moves beneath the stars. Because soon, we will reach one of the most mysterious moments in Earth's history. The emergence of the first true cells, tiny boundaries, containing chemistry, beginning to behave like life. And that will be our next step into the ancient world. Globe showing Europe, Africa, water wave, sleeping face, and now we move closer, much closer, to the beginning of life. The ancient Earth continues turning slowly through space. The oceans remain vast. The sky is still unfamiliar. And beneath the surface, countless chemical reactions continue in darkness. For a very long time, there were molecules, then increasingly complex molecular systems. And eventually, something even more remarkable may have appeared. A boundary, a tiny compartment, a place where chemistry could remain together. The first cell, or something very much like one. We should pause here, because the word cell can make us imagine something much more advanced than the earliest living systems really were. A modern cell is astonishingly complicated. It contains genetic material, proteins, ribosomes, membranes, energy-producing machinery, repair systems, communication systems, and countless molecular processes happening every second. The earliest cells were almost certainly far simpler. Perhaps they were little more than tiny membrane-bound chemical systems, capable of maintaining themselves and reproducing imperfectly. Imagine one now. You are looking at something unimaginably small, smaller than a grain of dust, floating in the ancient ocean. There is no face, no mouth, no eyes, no brain, no nervous system, just a microscopic boundary surrounding a collection of molecules. Yet that boundary changes everything. Outside is the enormous ocean. Inside is a tiny private environment. Molecules can remain close together. Reactions can occur. Resources can be concentrated. And chemistry can begin to organize itself. This is one of the great transitions in Earth's history. The difference between molecules floating independently and molecules cooperating inside a compartment is enormous. Imagine a city with no buildings. Everything is scattered across a huge landscape. Then imagine walls slowly appearing, rooms forming, objects remaining together. Suddenly, interactions become easier. A membrane provides something like this. It creates a tiny world, a world inside the world. And water is essential. The membrane floats within the surrounding ocean. It bends, moves, changes shape. Sometimes it may absorb additional molecules. Sometimes it may grow. And under the right circumstances, it might divide, not like a modern cell performing a carefully controlled process, but perhaps through much simpler physical mechanisms. Two smaller compartments, where once there was one. If the chemistry inside can also be copied, then something extraordinary happens. The system can reproduce. An imperfect reproduction means variation. Variation means some versions may work better than others. And once that happens, natural selection can begin. This is where chemistry starts becoming evolution. Imagine millions of tiny compartments floating through ancient water. Most disappear. Some break apart. Others remain. A few may reproduce. And among those, some may be slightly better at maintaining themselves. Perhaps their membranes are more stable. Perhaps they capture useful molecules more efficiently. Perhaps their internal chemistry is more effective. Perhaps they survive changes in temperature. Tiny differences, almost impossible to imagine, can matter enormously across millions of generations. This is evolution in its earliest form. Not dinosaurs, not flowers, not mammals. Just microscopic systems, changing slowly through time. The first cells would have lived in a world without oxygen-rich air. This is important. Today, oxygen feels essential. We breathe it every moment. Animals use it to release energy. But early Earth was very different. Free oxygen was scarce. The atmosphere did not resemble the modern atmosphere. So the earliest organisms had to obtain energy in other ways. Some may have used chemical reactions involving minerals. Others may have relied on molecules already present in their environment. Whatever their precise methods, they were extremely simple compared with life today. Yet they were enough. Enough to survive. Enough to reproduce. Enough to continue the story. Imagine the ancient ocean floor again. Black volcanic rocks. Warm mineral-rich water. Tiny chemical gradients. And microscopic life beginning to appear. One cell, then another, then another. The ocean remains almost completely empty to our eyes. But the microscopic world is beginning to change. Life is spreading, quietly, without sound, without movement that human eyes could detect. For millions of years, perhaps billions, microbes would dominate Earth. And this is something worth appreciating. We often think of Earth's history through its largest creatures. Dinosaurs, mammoths, whales, humans. But for most of Earth's history, the planet belonged to microorganisms. Tiny cells were the main inhabitants. They shaped the chemistry of oceans. They altered the atmosphere. They transformed rocks. And eventually, they created the conditions that allowed complex life to emerge. But before any of that happened, the first cells had to survive. And survival on the early Earth was not easy. Volcanic activity could change environments. Temperature could shift. Water chemistry could change. Radiation from the young sun could reach the surface. Meteorites occasionally struck the planet. Entire environments could disappear. Yet life continued. This is one of the most remarkable patterns in Earth's history. Life is fragile, but also extraordinarily persistent. A single organism can die. A population can disappear. An ecosystem can collapse. But somewhere else, another population may survive. And over enormous stretches of time, life finds ways forward. Now, imagine a tiny ancient cell drifting in the darkness. It has no awareness of the planet. It does not know that stars exist. It does not know that continents are forming. It does not know that billions of years later, eyes will look back at its descendants, trying to understand where life began. The cell simply continues, taking in molecules, using energy, maintaining its internal environment, and eventually creating another cell. One becomes two, two become four, four become eight. Not instantly, not perfectly, but over generations, life begins to multiply. The ocean slowly fills with invisible descendants, and evolution begins its incredibly long journey. For now, everything is microscopic, but the consequences are enormous. Because once life exists, Earth will never be the same again. Life will begin changing the planet, and the planet will continue changing life. A relationship will develop between biology and geology. Oceans, atmosphere, rocks, microbes, everything will become connected. And eventually, one of the greatest transformations in Earth's history will begin. Some tiny organisms will discover a remarkable way to capture energy from sunlight. They will use light, water, and carbon dioxide to build organic matter. And as a byproduct, they will release something that was once almost absent from Earth's atmosphere: oxygen. At first, it will seem insignificant, but over immense stretches of time, oxygen will accumulate, and the planet will slowly transform. The atmosphere will change, the oceans will change, minerals will change, and life itself will change. So, as you rest here, imagine the ancient Earth beneath a dark sky. The oceans are still young, the continents are still changing, and beneath the waves, the first tiny cells are beginning their endless story. They are almost unimaginably small, but their descendants will eventually become unimaginably diverse. And everything alive today, in one way or another, belongs to the family that began here. In darkness, in water, inside tiny boundaries, with nothing more than chemistry, energy, and time. Take another slow breath and let yourself drift, because our next chapter will enter the enormous microbial world that followed, a world ruled by tiny organisms, long before animals ever appeared. A quiet world where life slowly learned how to transform an entire planet. Globe showing Europe, Africa microbe, and so the Earth begins to change. Not through mountains, not through oceans, not through storms, but through organisms so small that millions of them could fit into a space no larger than a grain of sand. The first living cells have appeared, and now the planet enters an extraordinarily long chapter, a chapter that will last for billions of years. A microbial world. Take a slow breath and imagine yourself drifting beneath an ancient ocean. The water is dark and calm. There are no fish here, no whales, no shells, no seaweed forests, no coral reefs. Instead, life exists almost entirely at a scale invisible to human eyes. Tiny cells move through the water. Others cling to rocks. Some live near warm, mineral-rich environments. Some form thin layers across the seafloor. Everywhere, life is experimenting, surviving, reproducing, changing. For a very long time, these tiny organisms are the dominant form of life on Earth. And because they are so small, it is easy to underestimate them. But size does not determine importance. These microscopic organisms will eventually transform the chemistry of the entire planet. They will alter oceans. They will alter rocks. They will alter the atmosphere. And they will prepare Earth for complex life. Imagine an ancient microbial community. Thousands, perhaps millions, of tiny cells living close together. Some obtain energy from chemical reactions. Others absorb molecules from their surroundings. Some may use light. Each organism is simple, but together, their activities begin shaping the environment. One organism releases a chemical. Another uses it. Another changes it again. The microbial world becomes a network of interactions, a living chemical system spread across the planet. And then, something remarkable happens. Some microbes discover a new source of energy: sunlight. The sun has been shining over Earth since the planet's earliest days. But now, certain organisms begin using its energy in a powerful way. Photosynthesis. The word may sound familiar. Plants use photosynthesis today. Trees, grasses, algae, leaves absorb sunlight. Water is used. Carbon dioxide is taken from the environment, and organic molecules are produced. But long before forests, long before flowers, long before even algae as we know them, some microscopic organisms were already using sunlight. Among the earliest important photosynthetic organisms were cyanobacteria. Tiny, simple, ancient, yet incredibly powerful. They could capture sunlight and use it to drive chemical reactions. One form of photosynthesis eventually produced oxygen as a byproduct. At first, this oxygen did not immediately fill the atmosphere. It reacted with minerals. It dissolved in oceans. It combined with iron and other substances. For a long time, Earth absorbed much of it, but the microbes continued, generation after generation, for millions of years, then hundreds of millions. Oxygen continued being produced. Slowly, the balance began to shift. Imagine the ancient ocean floor. There are minerals rich in iron. Oxygen produced near the surface dissolves into the water. It reacts with the iron. The iron becomes oxidized and settles into sediments, layer after layer. These reactions leave traces. Some of the oldest rocks on Earth contain evidence of this ancient chemistry. Bands of minerals formed as Earth's environment changed. These rocks are like pages from a book written not with ink, but with minerals, and they tell us that life was already changing the planet. The microbial world was no longer simply adapting to Earth. It was beginning to transform Earth. This is a profound idea. Life and planet became partners in a long evolutionary relationship. The environment influenced organisms, and organisms influenced the environment. Temperature affected life. Life affected atmospheric chemistry. Ocean chemistry affected microbes. Microbes changed ocean chemistry. Everything became interconnected. Now, imagine one of those ancient microbial mats. From far away, It might look like nothing more than a thin layer of dark material across the seafloor. But beneath the surface, countless microorganisms are living together. Some receive sunlight, others live below them. Some use the products released by neighboring organisms. A microscopic ecosystem, stacked layer upon layer. These communities may have formed structures known as stromatolites. Even today, stromatolites can be found in a few places around the world. They are layered structures built through the activities of microorganisms. Some ancient stromatolite-like structures are among the oldest evidence associated with life on Earth. Imagine seeing one rising slowly from the ancient seafloor. Not a tree, not a mountain, not an animal, but a structure built gradually by countless tiny organisms, layer by layer, year after year, century after century. The pace is almost impossibly slow. Yet deep time makes slow processes powerful. A single layer seems insignificant. Thousands of layers become a record of life, a record of Earth's changing chemistry, a record of billions of years. Now, let yourself drift through the ancient microbial world. The water moves gently. Sunlight filters downward. Tiny cells absorb energy. Chemical reactions continue. The planet turns. The seasons change. Volcanoes erupt. Continents shift. Meteorites occasionally strike. And life continues. Generation after generation. There are no large creatures yet. No nervous systems. No brains. No eyes. But evolution is already exploring an enormous range of possibilities. Some organisms become better adapted to extreme heat. Others prefer cooler waters. Some live where oxygen is absent. Others begin using oxygen as it becomes available. Life diversifies, slowly, quietly, almost invisibly, and for billions of years. This microbial world remains Earth's dominant biosphere. Imagine how different the planet would look from space. There would be no green continents, no forests, no blue whale migration, no city lights, but there would be oceans, clouds, volcanoes, rocky continents, and microscopic life spread across the planet. The Earth might look empty, but it would be alive, very much alive. And one of the most important changes would be happening in the atmosphere. Oxygen. At first, oxygen was almost a dangerous substance. Many early organisms had evolved without it. For them, an oxygen-rich environment could be harmful. Yet oxygen gradually accumulated. This would eventually lead to one of the greatest environmental transformations in Earth's history, the Great Oxidation Event. Around 2.4 billion years ago, oxygen levels in Earth's atmosphere began rising significantly. The exact timing and details were complex, and the change happened over a long period. But the consequences were enormous. The chemistry of the atmosphere changed. The oceans changed. Minerals changed. And many organisms that depended on oxygen-free environments were affected. Some disappeared from places where oxygen became abundant. Others survived in protected environments. And new forms of metabolism became possible. Oxygen could eventually be used to extract large amounts of energy from food. This would become extremely important for complex life. But that future is still very far away. For now, the microbial world continues, and the ancient Earth rests beneath a sky slowly becoming more familiar. Imagine yourself floating above the ocean. The sun shines gently. clouds move across the horizon. Below, tiny organisms continue their quiet work. They are changing the chemistry of the planet, one molecule at a time. And perhaps this is one of the most beautiful lessons from Earth's earliest history. Great transformations do not always begin with great things. Sometimes, they begin with something almost invisible. A microscopic cell, a thin layer of microbes, a tiny chemical reaction, repeated and repeated and repeated until eventually an entire planet changes. So let yourself rest. The ancient Earth is still turning. The microbes are still living. The oceans are still moving. And oxygen, slowly, very slowly, is beginning to reshape the world. In our next chapter, we will follow that oxygen into the atmosphere and witness one of the most dramatic transformations in Earth's deep history. The sky itself will begin to change. Globe showing America's water wave ZZZ, and now our journey continues. Very slowly, we move forward through hundreds of millions of years. The Earth beneath us is still ancient. The continents are changing. The oceans stretch across much of the planet. And microscopic life continues its quiet work. But something new is happening. Something that will eventually change the air above the oceans, the rocks beneath them, and the future of life itself. Oxygen. Take a slow breath and imagine the young Earth long before there were forests. The atmosphere contains very little free oxygen compared with today. There is no blue sky quite like the one you know. No animal is breathing oxygen-rich air. No human lungs are drawing oxygen from the atmosphere. Instead, the planet is dominated by gases and chemical compounds very different from our modern world. And beneath the surface, tiny organisms are beginning to change everything. Some microorganisms have developed a remarkable ability. They can use sunlight. Sunlight arrives from the young sun, travels through space, passes through the atmosphere, and reaches the surface of the ancient ocean. There, microscopic organisms capture its energy. They use that energy to build organic molecules. And in one important form of photosynthesis, oxygen is released. At first, almost none of it remains in the atmosphere. The oxygen immediately reacts with other substances. It encounters iron. It encounters sulfur. It encounters minerals. It dissolves into the oceans. It becomes part of chemical reactions. Imagine an ancient ocean filled with dissolved iron. Tiny organisms near the surface produce oxygen. The oxygen enters the water and encounters iron. A reaction occurs. Iron becomes oxidized. The resulting minerals settle toward the seafloor, layer upon layer. They accumulate over immense periods of time. These layers become rock. Today, geologists can study such ancient rocks. They provide clues about Earth's chemical history. The rocks remember. They remember oxygen. They remember oceans. They remember a world where life was already changing the planet. Now, imagine the process continuing. More sunlight, more photosynthesis, more oxygen, more reactions. The Earth is slowly moving toward a new chemical state. But this transformation is not smooth. Oxygen production and oxygen consumption compete. For long periods, the atmosphere may remain relatively low in oxygen. Then conditions shift. Oxygen begins accumulating more permanently. Around 2.4 billion years ago, Earth experienced a major increase in atmospheric oxygen. Scientists call this the Great Oxidation Event. It was not an overnight transformation. It unfolded over an immense span of time. But eventually, oxygen became an important part of Earth's atmosphere, and life had to adapt. For many ancient microorganisms, oxygen was harmful. Their ancestors had evolved in an oxygen-poor world. Suddenly, their environment was changing. Some organisms retreated into oxygen-free environments. Deep sediments, certain parts of the ocean, protected habitats. Others disappeared, but some organisms adapted, and eventually, new forms of metabolism evolved. A remarkable chemical opportunity appeared. Oxygen can help cells extract large amounts of energy from organic molecules. This would become extremely important because more available energy makes more complicated biological structures possible. But we are still far from animals, far from plants, far from humans. For now, Earth remains a microbial planet. Still, the future has changed. The atmosphere now contains a new ingredient, and that ingredient will eventually make complex life possible. Imagine the ancient Earth from above. The continents are dark and barren. The oceans stretch beneath clouds. There are no forests, no grasslands, no birds, no cities. But the atmosphere is slowly becoming more familiar. Oxygen is entering the air. The planet is beginning to breathe differently. And something else is happening. High above, oxygen molecules can interact with ultraviolet radiation from the sun. This eventually contributes to the formation of ozone. Ozone forms a protective layer in the atmosphere. And over time, that layer helps reduce the amount of harmful ultraviolet radiation reaching Earth's surface. The planet is slowly becoming more hospitable to life on land. But land life is still far away. For now, the oceans remain the great home of life. And within them, evolution continues. Cells become more complex. Some organisms develop new abilities. Others form partnerships. Some cells begin living inside other cells. And this leads us toward another remarkable chapter. Because one of the greatest breakthroughs in Earth's history may have involved cooperation between cells. A small cell entering another cell, and instead of being destroyed, remaining inside, the two become partners. Eventually, the internal organism becomes an organelle. One example is the mitochondrion, the energy-producing structure found in most complex cells today. Mitochondria have their own DNA, and scientists have strong evidence that they descended from ancient bacteria that entered into a long-term partnership with another cell. This process, known as endosymbiosis, was transformative. It helped create the complex cells known as eukaryotes. And eukaryotic cells would eventually become the foundation for animals, plants, fungi, and many other forms of life. But imagine how strange the beginning must have been. Two cells, encountering one another, perhaps by chance. One enters the other. Instead of dying, they survive together. One provides something. The other provides something in return. The partnership becomes stable. Generations pass. The relationship becomes permanent. And billions of years later, every human cell still carries descendants of that ancient partnership. Inside you right now, your mitochondria are producing energy, tiny structures, with an ancient bacterial ancestry, quietly helping your cells function. The story of life is filled with these deep connections. Nothing exists entirely alone. Cells cooperate, genes interact, organisms depend upon ecosystems, and life depends upon the chemistry of the planet. The oxygen revolution is part of this larger story. A tiny photosynthetic organism changes its environment. The environment changes. Other organisms adapt. New opportunities appear, and evolution explores them. Now, let yourself drift back toward the ancient ocean. The water is calm. The sun is low above the horizon. Microscopic organisms continue producing oxygen. The atmosphere slowly changes. The planet turns beneath the stars. And somewhere in this enormous world, complex cells are beginning their own long journey. They will eventually become something unimaginable. A world of larger organisms. A world of bodies, eyes, limbs, leaves, wings, brains. But none of that exists yet. There is only the ocean, the atmosphere, and microscopic life. And beneath all of it, deep time continues to flow. Slowly, patiently, without interruption. Take a gentle breath. Imagine oxygen drifting upward from the ancient sea, joining the atmosphere, becoming part of the air, changing the chemistry of the planet. One molecule at a time, one generation at a time, 1 billion years at a time. And now, we are moving closer to the moment when life becomes truly complex. The microscopic world will eventually begin producing larger forms. Cells will cooperate. Cells will specialize. And eventually, multicellular life will emerge. But first, there is another long, quiet chapter. A chapter of complex cells, ancient partnerships, and evolutionary experimentation. So rest here, beneath the ancient sky. The earth is breathing more oxygen now. The oceans remain peaceful, and the story of life continues. Very slowly, toward complexity. Globe showing Europe, Africa, wind face, ZZZ, and now. We continue drifting forward through deep time. The ancient earth has changed. Oxygen has become more common in the atmosphere. The oceans have changed their chemistry. And inside the microscopic world, cells have become increasingly complex. For billions of years, life had mostly existed as individual cells. One cell, living its own tiny life, absorbing nutrients, using energy, making copies. But eventually, something remarkable began to happen. Cells started cooperating. Instead of living entirely alone, some cells remained together. One cell beside another, then many cells together. At first, this cooperation may have been simple. A group of cells could remain connected after dividing. They might benefit from living close together. Perhaps they shared resources. Perhaps being together offered protection. Perhaps different cells performed slightly different tasks. And over enormous stretches of time, cooperation could become specialization. Some cells became better at one task. Other cells became better at another. A community of cells, slowly becoming something more than a collection of individuals. Imagine a tiny colony drifting through an ancient ocean. There are no eyes, no brain, no bones, no organs, just many cells, living together, some near the outside, some deeper inside, and gradually, differences begin to appear. Certain cells may receive more sunlight. Others may be better protected. Some may specialize in movement, others in reproduction. Still others may exchange nutrients. This is one of the great transitions in biology. The transition from a single cell to a multicellular organism. It did not happen just once. Multicellularity evolved independently in several groups of life. Today, plants, animals, fungi, and many algae are multicellular. But the earliest multicellular organisms were extremely simple. No complicated bodies, no nervous systems, no bones, no blood, just collections of cooperating cells. And this cooperation opened an entirely new world of possibilities. A single cell can only become so large. If it grows too much, moving nutrients and waste through the cell becomes difficult. But many smaller cells can work together. A larger body becomes possible. Different cells can perform different jobs. And eventually, complex structures can emerge. Imagine the ancient ocean becoming filled with strange forms. Soft bodies, thin sheets, small colonies. Simple branching structures. Organisms unlike anything alive today. Evolution is experimenting. Some designs survive, others disappear. Some lineages become more complex. Others remain microscopic. There is no single direction. Evolution does not have a destination. It explores. Changes accumulate. Environments shift. Organisms adapt. And some forms become extraordinarily successful. Now, let us travel toward the end of the Precambrian. The Earth is approaching a major biological transformation. The oceans contain increasingly complex organisms. Some are soft-bodied. Some live attached to the seafloor. Others move slowly through the water. Still, the world is nothing like today's. There are no forests, no birds, no mammals, no dinosaurs. But life is becoming larger, more diverse, more organized. And then, around 540 million years ago, the fossil record shows an extraordinary diversification of animal life. This period is associated with the Cambrian explosion. The phrase sounds dramatic, but the process itself unfolded over millions of years. It was not a single moment. Instead, many different animal body plans appear in the fossil record over a relatively short geological interval. Arthropods, worm-like creatures, early relatives of many modern groups, and countless forms that later disappeared. The oceans became a place of movement. Predators, prey, burrowing organisms, swimming organisms, filter feeders. Life was becoming visibly active. But remember, the story began billions of years earlier, with molecules, then membranes, then cells, then cooperation, then multicellular life, and now, complex ecosystems. The journey is almost impossible to imagine. Think about the scale. A human lifetime may last 80 years. A civilization may last thousands. A species may exist for millions. But life has been evolving on Earth for more than 3 billion years. The first cells lived before there were forests, before there were animals, before continents looked anything like they do now. They existed through immense geological changes, ice ages, volcanic eruptions, changing oceans, changing atmospheres, and eventually, their descendants produced complex life. Now, let yourself drift into the ancient ocean of the Cambrian. Sunlight reaches the surface. Below, strange creatures move across the seafloor. Some crawl, some swim, some burrow. Others remain attached to rocks. The water carries nutrients. Tiny particles drift downward. life is beginning to interact in increasingly complicated ways. Predation becomes important. An organism that can move quickly, find food, or avoid danger has an advantage. Eyes begin to evolve in different forms. Light-sensitive cells become more sophisticated. Movement becomes more important. Nervous systems begin coordinating bodies. The world becomes more dynamic. But still, the first animals are tiny compared with many animals today. Their bodies are simple. Their lives are short. Their world is entirely aquatic. Land remains mostly barren. The continents are still waiting. Eventually, life will move on to land. But first, the oceans will continue to be the great stage of evolution. For millions of years, life will experiment with new forms. Some organisms will develop shells. Some will develop limbs. Some will become larger. Some will become predators. Some will evolve complex sensory systems. And eventually, one lineage will lead toward fish, then four-limbed animals, then reptiles, then mammals, then primates, and finally, us. But tonight, we are not rushing toward humanity. We are moving slowly, because the purpose of this journey is not simply to reach the end. It is to feel the immense depth of the story, to understand how much time passed before anything resembling us existed. Imagine Earth 4 billion years ago. No human, no animal, no tree. Now imagine Earth today. Billions of species have lived and disappeared. And yet, the basic chemistry of life connects them all. Carbon, water, energy, information, cells, evolution, the same fundamental ingredients, rearranged through deep time. Inside your body right now, trillions of cells are working together. Your cells contain molecular machinery descended from ancient organisms. Your mitochondria carry traces of ancient bacterial ancestry. Your DNA carries information passed through an unbroken chain of reproduction. And that chain stretches backward, through your parents, your ancestors, early mammals, early vertebrates, ancient animals, multicellular organisms, single-celled organisms, and eventually, the earliest life. The chain is unimaginably long, and yet, you are here, a temporary point in an ancient story, a living organism, resting quietly, while remembering where life came from. So, take another slow breath. The ancient ocean is becoming quieter now. The first complex animals are drifting through the water. The world is changing. Life is becoming larger, more complicated, more diverse. And the next great adventure is waiting. Life will begin exploring the land. Plants will eventually rise toward the sky. Forests will appear. Animals will follow. The continents will become green. And Earth will begin to look more like the living planet we recognize today. But for now, rest beneath the ancient ocean. Listen to the slow movement of water. Imagine tiny cells cooperating, then larger organisms, then the first animals, all emerging from an ancestry that began billions of years before. And remember, the story of life was never a single leap. It was a long series of tiny beginnings. One molecule, one membrane, one cell, one partnership, one colony, one organism, then another, and another, until eventually, the earth became filled with life. Sleep peacefully as our journey continues toward the ancient shores, where life will take its next extraordinary step, from water onto land, Globe showing Europe, Africa, water waves, seedlings, ZZZ, and now. We move forward again, very slowly, through another enormous stretch of Earth's history. The oceans are no longer empty. They are filled with life. Tiny organisms drift through the water. Larger creatures swim. Some crawl across the seafloor. Others filter food from the currents. Life has become diverse, complex, and surprisingly inventive. But the continents are still mostly quiet. Rocky landscapes stretch beneath the sky. There are no forests, no grass, no flowers, no animals walking across beaches. The land is waiting, and eventually, life begins to explore it. The first steps onto land are not taken by large animals. They begin with microscopic life. Bacteria, algae, simple organisms living near water. For billions of years, life has been shaped by the oceans. But some organisms can survive at the edges, in shallow pools, along wet shorelines, on damp rocks. They encounter sunlight, minerals, and a new environment. The land offers possibilities, but it also presents challenges. There is less available water. Temperatures can change dramatically. Ultraviolet radiation from the sun is stronger. Gravity acts differently on bodies that evolved in water, and organisms must obtain nutrients without the surrounding ocean. Still, life adapts. Slowly, plants begin establishing themselves on land. At first, they are small, simple, low-growing, nothing like the enormous forests that will eventually cover continents. But even tiny plants change the landscape. Their structures help stabilize soil. Their biological activity changes the chemistry of rocks. They provide food and shelter. And over time, land ecosystems begin developing. Imagine walking across an ancient shoreline hundreds of millions of years ago. There are no familiar trees, no grass beneath your feet. The landscape is strange. Small plants cling to damp areas. Moss-like forms cover patches of ground. Water runs between rocks. The air is different. The sky is vast. And the land, once almost completely barren, is beginning to turn green. Then, something remarkable happens. Plants become larger. Vascular tissues evolve. Roots become more sophisticated. Stems can transport water. Leaves capture sunlight. Plants begin growing upward, higher and higher. The first forests eventually appear. Imagine standing beneath one. The trees would look strange compared with modern forests, but the idea would feel familiar. Tall trunks, branches, leaves, or leaf-like structures. A canopy above, and beneath it, a new world. Insects and other small animals begin exploring. Arthropods crawl across the ground. Some grow larger than their modern relatives. The atmosphere at certain points in Earth's history contains more oxygen than today. This may have contributed to the enormous size reached by some ancient arthropods. Imagine a giant dragonfly-like insect moving through a prehistoric forest, its wings beating slowly, its body crossing the ancient air. Below, plants grow across the ground. Above, the canopy filters sunlight. The land has become an ecosystem. And once ecosystems develop, new relationships appear. Predators, prey, parasites, herbivores, decomposers. Every organism becomes part of a network. Life on Earth is no longer confined to the ocean. But animals do not simply walk on a land one day. The transition takes millions of years. Some fish live in shallow waters. They encounter environments where water levels change. Some develop stronger fins. Others evolve structures that allow them to breathe air. Over time, certain fish-like animals become increasingly adapted to life near the shoreline. Eventually, the ancestors of four-limbed vertebrates begin moving onto land. These early tetrapods are not modern amphibians or reptiles. They are ancient forms, living during a time when evolution was experimenting with new possibilities. Imagine one resting at the edge of a shallow pond, its body partly supported by the ground, its limbs pressing against wet sediment. Behind it, the water. Ahead, a strange new landscape. It may spend most of its life in water, but occasionally, it moves onto land. Each movement is small, but over generations, small advantages can accumulate. Stronger limbs, different joints, changes in breathing, changes in sensory systems. Eventually, life becomes increasingly comfortable outside the ocean. The land is no longer empty. And now, the evolutionary story begins branching again. Some lineages remain close to water. Others move farther inland. Some become reptiles. Others follow different paths. Eventually, mammals will appear. Birds will appear. Dinosaurs will appear. But all of them will inherit a world shaped by the earlier history of life. Plants have changed the atmosphere. Microbes changed the chemistry of oceans. Oxygen changed metabolism. Cells became complex. Multicellular organisms appeared. Animals moved onto land. Each chapter builds upon the previous one. Nothing happens independently. The modern world is the result of countless layers of ancient history. Now, let yourself imagine the Earth from space. Millions of years have passed. The planet is slowly becoming greener. Continents drift. Oceans open and close. Volcanoes rise and disappear. Clouds move across the atmosphere, and life covers more and more of the surface. Yet extinction is always present. Species disappear. Environments change. Climate shifts. Continents move. Sometimes enormous volcanic events reshape ecosystems. Sometimes asteroid impacts cause global changes. Life survives, but not always unchanged. This is another important part of Earth's story. Evolution is not simply a story of progress. There is no straight line from primitive life to modern life. Instead, there are countless branches. Most eventually end. A small number continue. And every living organism today represents one of those surviving branches. You are part of that branching tree. So is every bird outside your window. Every tree, every mushroom, every insect, every bacterium, every whale. All are distant relatives, connected by ancestry. And if you trace those branches backward far enough, they merge, back through animals, back through complex cells, back through single-celled organisms, back toward the earliest living systems, and eventually toward chemistry itself. Now, the ancient land becomes quiet. Imagine the first forests beneath a warm sky. Leaves move gently in the wind. Water flows between roots. Tiny animals move through the vegetation. The oceans continue beyond the horizon. The planet is alive from sea to land. And yet, the greatest chapters are still ahead. The age of reptiles, the rise of dinosaurs, the evolution of mammals, the appearance of primates, and finally, the arrival of humans. But before we reach those familiar worlds, There is something worth remembering. The first life did not know where it was going. The earliest cells could not imagine forests. The first multicellular organisms could not imagine birds. The first animals could not imagine human beings. Evolution has no knowledge of the future. Each generation simply responds to its environment. And over deep time, the consequences accumulate. A tiny change, followed by another, until an entirely new world emerges. So tonight, as you lie quietly, remember the scale of the journey. Your body is alive because ancient cells learned to cooperate. Your cells breathe because ancient organisms transformed Earth's atmosphere. Your DNA exists because ancient molecules learned to store and copy information. And every breath you take connects you to a story that began billions of years ago. A story that began in water, with chemistry, with tiny molecules, and eventually with the first fragile cells. Now, let yourself rest. The ancient forest grows quietly around you. The wind moves through primitive leaves. Far away, waves touch a rocky shore. Life is everywhere, and the earth, once a barren young planet, has become a living world. Our journey is nearing the final chapters. Soon, we will return to the present and look back at the incredible chain connecting the first life to you. But for now, close your eyes and imagine the ancient Earth beneath a sky filled with stars. A planet, slowly becoming alive. Globe showing Europe, Africa, Herb, and somewhere beneath those stars, the descendants of the first tiny cells continue their journey. And now, we begin the final part of our journey, not because the story of life is ending, but because we are slowly approaching the world we recognize. Take a deep, gentle breath and let yourself drift backward through the immense history we have traveled. At first, there was a young Earth, hot, unfamiliar, without life. Then came oceans, chemistry, molecules, membranes, and eventually, the first simple living systems. For billions of years, microbes ruled the planet. They changed the oceans. They transformed the atmosphere. They released oxygen. They created new possibilities. Complex cells appeared. Cells learned to cooperate. Multicellular organisms emerged. Animals entered the oceans. Plants reached on a land. Forests appeared. And now, Earth is becoming increasingly familiar. But evolution still has many surprises waiting. Imagine an ancient forest. Hundreds of millions of years ago. The air is warm. Plants tower above you. Large insects move between branches. Small vertebrates hide among the vegetation. And somewhere, a new evolutionary experiment is unfolding. Amniotes, early reptiles and their relatives. These animals develop an important adaptation, an egg that can survive away from water. This changes everything. Animals no longer need to return to ponds simply to reproduce. They can move farther inland. They can explore dry environments. They can survive in places where earlier vertebrates could not. Over millions of years, these lineages diversify. Some become reptiles. Some become ancestors of birds. And one branch eventually leads toward mammals. But before mammals become dominant, the Earth enters the age of dinosaurs. For more than 160 million years, dinosaurs will inhabit the planet. Some will be enormous, others tiny. Some walk on two legs, others on four. Some become predators, others herbivores. And eventually, One branch of dinosaurs will give rise to birds. Yes, the birds you see today are living dinosaurs. When a sparrow lands on a tree, you are looking at a very distant descendant of an ancient dinosaur lineage. Life rarely disappears completely. Sometimes, it transforms. Now imagine the world of the dinosaurs. A vast floodplain, conifer-like trees, ferns, warm air, a river moving slowly through the landscape. Far away, a large herd of herbivorous dinosaurs moves across the plain. Their footsteps are heavy, their bodies enormous. But nearby, tiny mammals are also living. They are not dominant. They are small, often nocturnal. Many live quietly in the shadows. For millions of years, mammals remain relatively modest while dinosaurs dominate many ecosystems. Then, approximately 66 million years ago, something extraordinary happens. A large asteroid strikes Earth near what is now the Yucatan Peninsula. The impact releases enormous energy. Dust and aerosols enter the atmosphere. Climate changes dramatically. Food webs collapse. Many species disappear. The non-avian dinosaurs vanish. But life survives. And among the survivors, mammals begin expanding into new ecological opportunities. The world changes. Forests recover. Plants diversify. Mammals become larger. New species evolve. Primates appear. And eventually, one branch of primates begins walking a different evolutionary path. Our own. Imagine an ancient forest in Africa. Millions of years ago, the environment is warm. Trees surround you. The ground is covered with leaves. Small primates move through the branches. Some populations begin spending more time on the ground. Their bodies change. Their hands become useful for manipulating objects. Their vision becomes increasingly important. Their brains become larger. And over immense periods of time, different hominin species appear. Australopithecines, early members of the genus Homo. Then later, Homo erectus, Neanderthals, and eventually, Homo sapiens, our species. But even now, the story remains connected to everything before us. We did not appear separately from nature. We inherited biology. We inherited cells. We inherited DNA. We inherited the basic chemistry of life. And our bodies still contain ancient structures. Mitochondria, descendants of ancient bacteria. Ribosomes, molecular machines with deep evolutionary history. DNA, a chemical information system refined over billions of years. Every heartbeat, every breath, every thought depends upon mechanisms whose ancestry stretches back into deep time. Now, bring your attention to yourself. You are lying quietly. Perhaps the room around you is dark. Your body is resting. Your breathing is slow. Your heart continues beating, without you needing to command it. Inside you, trillions of cells continue their work. Some repair, some communicate, some produce energy, some protect you, some carry oxygen. All of them descended from ancient cellular life. And every one of those cells is built from molecules. The same basic elements that existed on the young Earth. Carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, sulfur, atoms that were forged in ancient stars, later incorporated into planets, and eventually became part of living bodies. So when you look at your own hand, you are looking at the result of a journey that began long before Earth existed. The atoms in your body have ancient histories. Some were created in stars that lived and died billions of years ago. Their material became part of new stars, planets, oceans, rocks, and eventually life. The story is larger than Earth, much larger. Life is part of a cosmic story, and Earth is one chapter within it. Now, let yourself imagine the entire history of life as a single timeline, stretching across a dark room. At one end, the young Earth, a tiny point, then billions of years of darkness. Molecules, cells, microbes, oxygen, complex cells, animals, plants, dinosaurs, mammals, primates, humans, and finally, you. If Earth's entire history were compressed into 1 year, human civilization would appear only in the final moments. Our recorded history, only a tiny fraction of the final second. Everything we know, everything we have built, everything we have worried about, exists within an incredibly small portion of Earth's story. And yet, that does not make our lives meaningless. It makes them remarkable, because after billions of years, you are here, alive, breathing, thinking, listening, a temporary expression of an ancient process, life continuing through you. So take another slow breath and imagine the first ocean. Imagine the first cell. Imagine the first oxygen-producing microbes. Imagine the first forests, the first animals, the first mammals, the first humans. Every generation passing its information forward. One life, then another, and another. An unbroken chain. You are one link in that chain. And someday, your atoms will return to the earth. They may become part of soil, water, plants, microorganisms, perhaps another living thing. The matter will continue. The earth will continue. And life, in some form, will continue its ancient experiment. For now, though, you can simply rest. There is nothing you need to do. You have traveled through billions of years tonight, from a young planet, to the first oceans, to the first molecules, to the first cells, to the microbial world, to oxygen, to complex cells, to multicellular life, to animals, to land, and finally, to us. And perhaps the most beautiful part of the story is that the beginning was so small. The first life did not need to be dramatic. It may have been fragile, simple, almost invisible, yet from those tiny beginnings, an entire living planet emerged. So, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Earth from far above, a small blue world, quietly turning through the darkness, clouds moving across its surface, oceans reflecting distant sunlight, continents covered with life. And somewhere on that planet, a human being is sleeping. You, inside your body. Ancient cellular machinery continues its quiet work. Your heart beats. Your lungs move. Your cells exchange molecules. Your brain slowly changes its activity as you rest. And all of it, every microscopic process, belongs to the same enormous story, the story of life. A story that began billions of years ago, in an ancient world, beneath an ancient sky, when Earth was young, and the oceans were quiet, before forests, before dinosaurs, before humans. There was only chemistry, water, energy, and time. And then, somehow, life began. Globe showing Europe, Africa, and life has been moving forward ever since. Sleep peacefully, beneath the same stars. on the same ancient planet that has carried life for billions of years. Good night, and let the story of Earth continue quietly while you sleep. Milky Way ZZZ, and now we will slow down even more. The great journey has brought us almost all the way home. But before we finish, let us return once more to the beginning. Not to the forests, not to the dinosaurs, not to the first humans, but to the smallest world of all, a world of molecules, membranes, and microscopic life. Because sometimes, to understand how extraordinary something is, we need to make it very small, very quiet, very simple. Imagine the ancient Earth again, 4 billion years ago, perhaps even earlier. The planet turns beneath a dark sky. The oceans cover enormous regions. Volcanoes glow along distant horizons. Rain falls upon young rocks. And deep beneath the surface, water moves through cracks in the Earth's crust. Everything is changing, yet there is no life that we can clearly see. No plants, no animals, no voices. The world seems silent. But silence does not mean nothing is happening. Within the oceans, chemistry continues. Molecules move, atoms combine, energy flows, and eventually, the first fragile living systems emerge. We do not know exactly what they looked like. We may never know. The evidence has been erased by geological time. Ancient rocks have been melted. Continents have moved. Oceans have disappeared. New oceans have formed. The planet itself has rewritten many pages of its earliest history. Yet some traces remain. Ancient minerals, ancient rocks, chemical signatures, fossil structures. And from these clues, scientists reconstruct a story. Not a perfect story, not a finished story, but a story that grows clearer with every discovery. And one thing is certain. Life has existed on Earth for an extraordinarily long time. Long before humans. Long before dinosaurs, long before animals, there was microbial life, and that life endured through enormous changes. The planet froze, the planet warmed, oceans changed, atmospheres changed, continents moved, mountains rose, mountains disappeared, asteroids struck, volcanoes erupted, species vanished, new species appeared. And through it all, life continued. Sometimes, the simplest organisms were the survivors. Bacteria and archaea can live in places that seem impossible to us. Extreme heat, high pressure, acidic environments, salt-rich environments, deep underground. At the bottom of the ocean, life is remarkably adaptable. And perhaps that is one of the greatest lessons of the first life. Life does not need perfection. It needs enough stability, enough energy, and a way to continue. The earliest organisms did not have brains. They did not understand their environment. They did not plan. They simply existed and reproduced. Yet from those simple beginnings, evolution had something to work with. Variation, selection, time, generation after generation. Small differences accumulated, and eventually, complexity emerged. Cells developed new molecular machinery. Some cells began cooperating. Others began living inside one another. Complex cells appeared. Multicellular organisms followed. Animals evolved. Plants spread across continents. Forests rose. Creatures entered the air. Some returned to the oceans. Others became masters of the land. And eventually, one branch of life developed a remarkable ability to wonder, to ask questions, to look at ancient rocks and wonder where the first cells came from. That branch is us. Humans are only one species. We are not the goal of evolution. We are not the final stage. We are simply one recent branch of a vast tree. But we are a branch capable of looking backward. And tonight, you have been looking backward. You have traveled through billions of years. Without moving from your bed, you have crossed ancient oceans, visited hydrothermal environments, drifted among molecules, watched oxygen enter the atmosphere, seen the first cells, walked through ancient forests, and returned to the present. Now, let us pause. Imagine holding a single grain of sand. It is tiny, almost weightless. Now imagine the entire history of Earth represented by a beach. Billions upon billions of grains. The first life would be somewhere near the beginning, and human history would be near the very end. The distance between those moments is almost impossible to comprehend. And yet, the entire journey happened. It happened slowly, one generation at a time, one mutation at a time, one chemical reaction at a time, one cell at a time. And this is why the story is so peaceful. There was no need for life to hurry. There was no destination waiting at the end. Life simply continued through changing environments, finding possibilities, adapting, and sometimes disappearing. Now, bring your attention gently back to your own body. Notice your breathing. You don't have to control it. Just notice. Air enters. Air leaves. Your lungs exchange gases. Your blood carries oxygen. Your cells use energy. Your heart continues its steady rhythm. Inside you, the ancient story is still happening. Every cell depends upon chemistry. Every molecule follows physical laws. Every process has roots in biological systems that evolved over immense time. You are not separate from the history of life. You are part of it. The first cells were your distant ancestors, not directly, but through an unbroken evolutionary lineage. Every generation connected to the next. Every organism carrying information forward. And eventually, that lineage led to you. Think of how improbable the journey feels. A young planet, then oceans, chemistry, life, billions of years, countless extinctions, countless evolutionary experiments. And somehow, at this moment, you are here, listening, breathing, resting, alive. Perhaps the first life would have seemed insignificant. A tiny chemical system, floating in an ancient ocean. But the universe does not measure importance by size. A tiny beginning can lead to enormous consequences. A single cell can eventually become a forest. A molecule can eventually become a thought. Ancient chemistry can eventually produce a human mind capable of asking, how did life begin? That question itself is part of life's legacy. Life became capable of studying life. The earth became capable of understanding something about its own history. And tonight, you have followed that history quietly. Now, let the story become softer. The ancient ocean fades into darkness. The stars appear overhead. The young earth turns slowly. There is no sound except the imaginary movement of distant waves. The first cells are somewhere beneath the water. Tiny, invisible, persistent. They do not know what the future holds. They do not know that forests will grow. They do not know that dinosaurs will walk. They do not know that humans will eventually appear. They simply continue. And perhaps that is enough. Because every beginning does not need to understand its ending. A seed does not need to know the forest. A cell does not need to know the organism. And the first life did not need to know us. It simply had to continue. One generation, then another, until billions of years later. You are here. So, take one final slow breath. Feel the quiet beneath you. Let your muscles relax. Let your thoughts become softer. And imagine Earth, floating alone in the darkness of space. A small blue planet, filled with oceans, clouds, mountains, forests, deserts, animals, microbes, and billions of sleeping people, all connected through the same ancient story. A story that began before memory, before history, before humanity, before animals, before plants, before even the oxygen-rich atmosphere we know today. A story that began with a young planet and the chemistry of water. And somewhere in that ancient chemistry, life found a way. Globe showing Europe, Africa from that first fragile beginning. Came everything alive today, including you. So rest now, beneath the stars, on this ancient living world. The first life has already traveled billions of years, and its story continues quietly, inside every living cell. Good night, sleep peacefully, and let the ancient earth turn slowly beneath you. Milky Way ZZZ for the final stretch of our journey. Let us not rush. There is no need to reach another destination. Instead, we will simply remain here, on the quiet earth, and listen to the deeper rhythm of life. Imagine the planet from far above, a small sphere, floating in an enormous darkness. The oceans shimmer faintly, clouds move slowly, the continents turn beneath them. There are no borders visible from space, no cities, no roads, no names, only one living world. And beneath those clouds, almost every part of Earth is alive. Life exists in oceans, in forests, in deserts, inside rocks, beneath the soil, and even in places where we once believed nothing could survive. The story that began with the first life has never stopped. It has simply changed form. A cell divides, a population changes, a species appears, another disappears, an ecosystem grows, another transforms. The planet continues, slowly, quietly, patiently, and you, right now, are one small part of that enormous process. Think again about the first cells. They were tiny, so tiny that a human eye could never have seen them. Yet inside those cells, there was already something extraordinary. A boundary, chemistry, energy, information, the ability to reproduce, the ability to change. Those basic ingredients became the foundation of biology. And although modern cells are enormously more complex, the same fundamental principles remain. Your cells still have membranes. They still use chemical energy. They still copy genetic information. They still build proteins. They still depend upon water. The ancient rules never disappeared. They became more elaborate, more interconnected, more beautiful. But underneath the complexity, the old foundation remains. Now imagine one of your cells. For a moment, become very small, smaller than a grain of dust, smaller than a bacterium. Imagine floating beside a cell membrane. The membrane is constantly moving. Molecules pass through carefully controlled channels. Proteins change shape. Chemical reactions occur. Energy is transferred. Genetic information is read. New molecules are assembled. Nothing inside you is truly still. Even while you sleep, Your cells remain busy, quietly repairing, maintaining, recycling, communicating, preparing for tomorrow. And much of this machinery has incredibly ancient ancestry. Some molecular systems have roots reaching deep into evolutionary history. Life has spent billions of years refining the machinery that keeps cells alive. You are carrying the results of that history with you, everywhere you go. Now, let your attention return to the ancient ocean. Imagine the first cells drifting in warm water. There is no sound, no sunlight reaching the deepest places, no creature watching, just tiny organisms, surrounded by an enormous ocean. They are not thinking about the future. They are simply surviving. One generation becomes another, and this continues for millions of years, then hundreds of millions. The planet changes around them. Oxygen begins to accumulate. New environments appear. Some organisms disappear. Others adapt. Complex cells emerge. Multicellular organisms follow. And slowly, life becomes more visible. But even then, the microbial world never disappears. It remains. Bacteria continue. Archaea continue. Single-celled eukaryotes continue. Life never completely leaves its beginnings behind. Even today, the simplest forms of life remain everywhere. They live in soil, water, air, our bodies, deep oceans, ancient rocks. They are reminders that the first chapter never truly ended. It simply became one part of a much larger story. Perhaps this is the most peaceful way to think about evolution, not as a ladder, with simple life at the bottom and humans at the top, but as a tree, a vast tree, with countless branches. Some branches grow for billions of years. Others last only briefly. Some become enormous. Others remain microscopic. Many end. New ones appear. There is no single path, no final destination, only branching possibilities. And every living thing today is somewhere on that tree. A whale, a mushroom, a rose, a bacterium, a human. All are distant relatives. All are products of the same ancient planet. All carry pieces of Earth's history. Now imagine the future. We will not try to predict it in detail. Instead, just imagine Earth continuing. The continents will move. Mountains will rise. Oceans will open. Climate will change. Species will appear. Species will disappear. Life will continue adapting. Someday, the world may look completely different from today, but the basic story will remain. Life will interact with its environment. Energy will flow. Cells will reproduce. Evolution will continue. The Earth will continue turning around the sun, and the sun itself will continue its long journey through the galaxy. The story is larger than any single organism, larger than any species, larger than humanity, and yet, every organism matters to the story because every organism is part of it. You are part of it. So tonight, when you think about the first life, do not imagine it as something distant and unrelated. Imagine it as the beginning of a family history. A family history so long that almost all of it happened before humans existed. Your ancestors did not begin with humans. They did not even begin with mammals. They did not begin with animals. They began with cells, and before cells, with chemistry, and before chemistry, with the atoms that came together to form our planet. Those atoms themselves have cosmic histories. Carbon, oxygen, iron, calcium, phosphorus, Many were formed through processes inside ancient stars. Stars lived, burned, changed, and eventually returned material to space. That material became part of new generations of stars and planets. One of those planets became Earth, and Earth became the home of life. So, when you look at the night sky, you are looking at part of your own ancient history. The stars are not completely separate from you. Some of the matter in your body once belonged to stars. Some of it traveled through space, before eventually becoming part of this living planet. You are made from cosmic material, organized by billions of years of planetary and biological history. And now, that ancient material is resting, breathing, listening, dreaming. Let the thought become softer. You don't need to understand all of it. You don't need to remember every scientific detail. Just remember the feeling of deep time, a young earth, a quiet ocean, a tiny cell, then another, then millions, then billions. Life slowly spreading, changing, adapting, transforming the planet, until, eventually, you arrived, not as the planned destination, but as one beautiful moment in an unfinished story. Now, the ancient ocean becomes quieter. The waves move gently. The stars shine above. A tiny cell drifts beneath the surface. It has no idea what it will become. And perhaps that is the perfect ending, because life does not need to know its future. It only needs to continue. And you don't need to know everything about tomorrow either. For tonight, you can simply rest. Your heart can beat quietly. Your lungs can breathe naturally. Your cells can continue their ancient work. And your mind can drift, just as the first molecules once drifted through the ancient sea. Slowly, peacefully, without urgency. So close your eyes and imagine Earth once more, a small blue world, surrounded by stars. For billion years of life beneath its surface, billions of generations, countless species, endless change, and at this very moment, you are here, a tiny part of an enormous living story. The first life began quietly, and perhaps the best way to honor that beginning is simply to be quiet with it, to breathe, to rest, to sleep. As the planet turns, the oceans move, the stars shine, and life continues, quietly, patiently, into the deep future. Good night, little traveler. You have journeyed across billions of years. Now, you can let the journey pause. The earth will keep turning. The cells will keep working. The stars will keep shining. And the story will continue without needing you to watch. Sleep peacefully. Globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way, ZZZ. Let us drift one final time back toward the beginning. Not because there is more we must discover, but because some stories become more beautiful when we return to where they started. Close your eyes and imagine a world without cities, without roads, without buildings, without voices, a world without birdsong, without footsteps, without the sound of human activity, only an ancient ocean, beneath an ancient sky. The earth is young, the night is dark, stars shine above the water, and beneath the surface, tiny molecules move through the sea. There is no hurry. The ocean has nowhere to go. The planet turns slowly. The moon moves across the sky. And time, deep time, continues forward. Somewhere in this quiet world, chemistry is becoming more complex. Molecules meet, separate, combine, break apart. Some structures last longer than others. Some reactions happen again and again, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a creature, not an animal, not even a true cell, just a fragile system, capable of maintaining itself for a little while. Then perhaps copying some of its own information, then changing, then copying again. And suddenly, the door to evolution has opened. It may have opened only a tiny amount, but once open, there is no going back. Life has entered the story. Imagine the first living system. It may have been so simple that scientists today would struggle to decide exactly where chemistry ended and life began. There may have been no sharp boundary. Instead, a gradual transition. Molecules became systems. Systems became self-maintaining. Self-maintaining systems began reproducing. And reproduction allowed natural selection to begin. Small differences mattered. Some structures survived longer. Some reproduced more effectively. Others disappeared. Over time, the successful systems became more common, and complexity began to accumulate. This is the quiet engine of evolution. Not magic, not intention, but variation, selection, inheritance, and enormous amounts of time. Now, move forward. Millions of years. The first simple cells appear. They float through ancient oceans. They attach to rocks. They live near chemical gradients. They use available energy. They reproduce. The world is still microscopic, but life has become established. And once life becomes established, it becomes difficult to stop. The earth changes. The organisms change with it. The atmosphere changes. The organisms change it. Oceans change. Life adapts. The relationship continues. For billions of years. Now imagine sunlight touching the ancient ocean. A tiny photosynthetic organism absorbs that light. Energy enters its cells. Chemical reactions begin. And oxygen is released. One molecule, then another, then another. Most of it reacts with minerals. But gradually, oxygen begins accumulating. The atmosphere changes. The planet changes. And life opens another door. Eventually, cells capable of using oxygen become incredibly successful. Energy becomes more accessible. Complexity becomes easier. And ancient partnerships between cells create even more possibilities. A cell enters another. Instead of being destroyed, it becomes a partner. The relationship continues across generations. Eventually, the smaller cell becomes an organelle, a mitochondrion. And today, you carry those descendants inside nearly every one of your cells. An ancient partnership, still alive within you. Now, move forward again. Hundreds of millions of years. Complex cells diversify. Some remain single-celled. Others join together. Multicellular organisms appear. The oceans become increasingly alive. Then animals emerge. Small animals, soft-bodied animals, swimming animals, crawling animals, predators, prey. Life becomes more active, more complex, more visible. Eventually, plants spread across land. Roots enter soil. Leaves reach towards sunlight. Forests rise. Animals follow. The earth becomes green. And then, the great reptiles arrive. Dinosaurs. For millions of years, they dominate many ecosystems. But even while dinosaurs walk across the land, small mammals live quietly nearby. They wait. They survive. They evolve. And eventually, the world changes. An asteroid strikes. Many species disappear. Dinosaurs vanish, except for their surviving avian descendants. Mammals expand, primates evolve, and much later, humans appear. Now, look at the entire journey. The first life, to the first cells, to complex cells, to animals, to humans. Billions of years, countless generations. And every step depends on the ones before it. Without the first molecular systems, there would be no cells. Without cells, no animals. Without animals, no humans. Without ancient stars, no Earth. Everything connects. And now, bring yourself gently back to the present. Feel the bed beneath you. Feel your breathing. You are no longer floating in an ancient ocean. You are here, in the modern world. But inside you, the ancient story remains. Your cells contain molecules with ancient histories. Your DNA carries information passed through countless generations. Your mitochondria descend from ancient bacterial partners. Your body depends upon oxygen produced by organisms that transformed Earth's atmosphere billions of years ago. Even the water in your body has moved through the Earth's cycles for an unimaginable length of time. Water evaporates, clouds form, rain falls, rivers flow, oceans gather, life drinks, life releases. The cycle continues. Perhaps some of the water molecules inside you once passed through ancient oceans. Long before humans existed, perhaps they were once part of a dinosaur, a fern, a microbe, a cloud above a prehistoric forest. There is no way to know, but the atoms and molecules of Earth are constantly recycled. Nothing about the planet is truly isolated. So, as you prepare to sleep, you can imagine yourself as part of a much larger cycle. Not separate, not alone, a living organism, on a living planet, inside a living history. And perhaps that thought can be comforting. You do not have to carry the entire universe tonight. You only have to breathe. Your cells know what to do. Your heart knows its rhythm. Your lungs continue their quiet movement. Your body rests. While ancient biological machinery continues working beneath your awareness, you can let go. The machinery will continue. Imagine the first ocean one more time. Dark water, ancient rocks, a distant volcano glowing beneath the night sky. Above, the stars. Below, tiny molecules. And somewhere, something begins. The beginning is almost invisible. No explosion, no announcement, no witness. Just chemistry, slowly becoming life. And from that quiet beginning, the entire living history of Earth unfolds. Everything you have ever seen, every tree, every bird, every flower, every animal, every person belongs to this story. And now, you do too. The ancient ocean becomes still. The stars become softer. The earth continues turning. The first cells continue their imaginary journey through deep time, becoming countless generations, until eventually, their descendants become you. And now, you can stop traveling. You have reached the present. You can rest. You can breathe. You can sleep. The earth will continue turning beneath the stars. The oceans will continue moving. The cells inside every living thing will continue their quiet work. And the story of life will continue, as it always has. One moment, one generation, one tiny beginning, at a time. Good night. Rest deeply, and let the ancient story of life fade gently into your dreams. Globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way sleeping phase for a little while longer. Let us remain beside the ancient ocean. The waves are gentle, the sky is dark, and the young earth continues its slow journey around the sun. There is something peaceful about an ocean. It does not remember in the way we do. It has no mind, no memory, no voice, and yet, the ocean carries traces of the past, minerals dissolved within it, sediments resting on its floor, chemical signatures preserved in ancient rocks, tiny fossils hidden inside stone. The ocean has been part of Earth's story almost from the beginning, and in a sense, it has witnessed everything. The first cells, the first oxygen, the first complex organisms, the first animals, the first creatures to leave the sea, and eventually, the arrival of humans. Imagine yourself drifting over the ancient ocean. Far below, the seafloor is covered with dark sediments. Layer after layer settles quietly, particles carried by currents, minerals from volcanic activity, remains of microorganisms, chemical compounds. Each layer becomes a tiny page in Earth's history. Then another layer forms, and another. Time passes. The pressure above increases. The sediments become compacted. Eventually, they become rock, and the history of an ancient ocean becomes part of the Earth's crust. Millions of years later, tectonic forces may lift those rocks upward. An ancient seafloor becomes a mountain. A mountain becomes exposed to wind and rain. The rock slowly breaks apart. Its minerals return to rivers. The rivers carry them toward the sea. The cycle begins again. Nothing is truly still. Earth is always recycling itself. Rock becomes sediment. Sediment becomes rock. Water moves from ocean to cloud, from cloud to river, from river back to ocean. Carbon moves through atmosphere, rocks, oceans, and living organisms. Life itself becomes part of these cycles. And now, imagine a single carbon atom. Perhaps it was once part of volcanic gas. It enters the atmosphere, then dissolves into the ocean. A tiny organism uses it. The organism is eaten. The carbon moves into another organism. Eventually, that organism dies. The carbon returns to the environment. Perhaps it becomes part of sediment. Perhaps it remains dissolved in the ocean. Perhaps millions of years later, geological processes return it to the atmosphere. The same atom, moving through different worlds. This is the quiet continuity of Earth. Life does not create matter from nothing. It rearranges what already exists. The atoms remain. The forms change. Think about your own body. The carbon in your muscles. The calcium in your bones. The oxygen you breathe. The water inside your cells. All of these materials are part of Earth's great cycles. You temporarily gather them into one living form, and eventually, they return. This is not something to fear. It is simply the natural rhythm of matter. The Earth has been doing this for billions of years. Now, return to the first life. Imagine the earliest cells again. They have no skeletons, no shells, no bones. They leave almost no obvious remains. Yet their descendants eventually transform the planet. Some produce oxygen. Some create sediments. Some alter minerals. Some become food for other organisms. Their activities change the environment, and their descendants continue the process. This is why microorganisms matter so much. They may be tiny, but collectively, they are powerful. Even today, microbes drive enormous parts of Earth's chemical cycles. They help decompose organic matter, They transform nitrogen. They influence carbon cycling. They live in oceans, soil, and inside living organisms. The microbial world is still everywhere. The first chapter never disappeared. Now, imagine the ancient ocean. Why the story of the first life feels so profound. Because it is not merely a story about something that happened long ago. It is a story that is still happening. The same fundamental chemistry continues inside your cells. The same planetary cycles continue around you. The same sun provides energy. The same oceans cover much of Earth. The same elements that existed billions of years ago still make up the living world. The actors have changed. The scenery has changed. But the underlying story continues. Now, let yourself float upward. The ancient ocean becomes smaller below. The curvature of Earth appears. Clouds drift across the planet. The atmosphere glows faintly. The ocean becomes a deep blue surface. And beyond it, space. Dark. Vast. Silent. The Earth looks incredibly small. But everything we know about life is here. Every forest. Every desert. Every coral reef. Every animal. Every human. Every microbe. All on one small planet. And for all we know, this is the only place in the universe where life has been confirmed. That makes this world precious, not because it is large, but because it is alive. Now, let the thought become gentle. You do not need to think about the enormous universe. You do not need to understand the origin of life completely. You do not need to solve the mysteries of biology. Tonight, you can simply appreciate the journey. A tiny beginning became an ocean of life. An ocean of life became a living planet. And that living planet eventually produced you. Take a slow breath. Air enters. Air leaves. Your heart beats. Your cells continue working. And somewhere deep inside those cells, ancient molecular systems continue processes that have been refined across billions of years. You can rest while they work. You don't need to supervise them. You don't need to control them. Life has been doing this for a very long time. Imagine the first cell floating quietly through an ancient sea. Now imagine another, then millions, then billions. The ocean changes. The atmosphere changes. The continents move. Life evolves. And eventually, one branch of that ancient lineage becomes capable of lying quietly in a modern room, listening to a story about where it came from. You, a descendant of the first life, resting beneath a ceiling, while the ancient earth continues turning beneath you. The ocean remembers, not through thoughts, but through matter, through rocks, through sediments, through chemistry, through life. And tonight, you have remembered with it. The first life was small. The journey was enormous. And the story is still continuing. So let your breathing become slower, your thoughts softer, your body heavier, and your mind quieter. The ancient ocean is still there, somewhere beneath the stars. The earth is still turning. Life is still moving. And you can simply sleep. Good night. Now, let us leave the ancient ocean for a moment. Very gently, we will rise above the earth, higher and higher, until the oceans become blue shapes beneath us. The continents become smaller. Clouds drift slowly across the planet. And eventually, the entire Earth comes into view. A small world, floating in darkness. Imagine looking at it from far away. There are no borders, no countries, no cities visible from this distance, no individual lives, only a blue planet, wrapped in a thin atmosphere. This is the world that carried life for billions of years. Now imagine rewinding time. The modern Earth begins to disappear. Forests fade, cities vanish, roads disappear, animals become fewer, then mammals disappear, dinosaurs disappear, complex animals disappear, plants disappear, and eventually, the oceans become almost empty. Keep going backward. Complex cells disappear, oxygen levels fall, multicellular life disappears. The planet becomes simpler. Continue, past the first animals, past the first complex organisms, past the first oxygen-producing microbes, until the Earth becomes almost completely microbial. Then, keep going, past the first cells, past the first membrane-bound systems, past the earliest molecular systems, until there is no life at all, only Earth, water, rock, atmosphere, heat, energy, and time. This is the world in which the story began. Not a world filled with life, but a world filled with possibility. The planet is young. Volcanoes release gases. Rain falls. Oceans gather. Minerals dissolve. Energy moves through the environment. And slowly, chemistry becomes more complicated. There is no audience, no witness, no creature waiting for the first life to appear. The universe does not announce the moment. If there was a first living system, it may have been incredibly small, perhaps hidden inside a mineral surface, perhaps drifting through water, perhaps inside a warm pool, perhaps somewhere we have not yet imagined. Science is still searching, and perhaps that uncertainty is part of the beauty, because the origin of life remains one of the greatest unanswered questions in science. We know life appeared relatively early in Earth's history. We know organic molecules can form naturally. We know membranes can self-assemble. We know some molecules can store information. We know chemical systems can become increasingly complex. But exactly how all these pieces came together remains unknown. There may have been several pathways, several environments, several stages. Perhaps early Earth hosted many experiments, and only one lineage survived. Perhaps life emerged more than once, but only one beginning left descendants. We simply do not know. And tonight, we don't have to know. We can let the mystery remain a mystery. Imagine yourself standing beside an ancient shoreline. The water touches dark rocks. The wind is gentle. The sky is unfamiliar. There are no footprints, no birds, no plants, no insects. Nothing moves on the land. Yet beneath the water, the first biological possibilities may already be unfolding. You cannot see them. You cannot hear them. But the future is there. Not determined. Not guaranteed. But possible. Now, move forward again. A tiny cell appears. Then another. Life begins. The planet changes. And the first organisms slowly transform their surroundings. Perhaps this is one of the most important ideas in Earth's history. Life does not simply live on Earth. Life changes Earth. Microbes change chemistry. Plants change the atmosphere. Forests change landscapes. Animals change ecosystems. Humans now change the planet on an enormous scale. The relationship between life and Earth is always two-way. The planet shapes life, and life shapes the planet. Now, imagine the first oxygen molecule entering the atmosphere. One molecule, invisible, weightless, almost meaningless by itself. Then another, then another, millions, billions, trillions, across enormous periods of time. The atmosphere changes. And because the atmosphere changes, new kinds of life become possible. Complex organisms eventually evolve. The world opens. A tiny biological process becomes a planetary transformation. Now, move forward again. The oceans become filled with life. Animals appear. Plants move on a land. Forests grow. Dinosaurs walk beneath the trees. Mammals evolve quietly. Primates appear. Humans arrive. And eventually, humans begin asking questions. Where did we come from? How old is Earth? How did life begin? What is inside a cell? How did the first organisms survive? The story has come full circle. Life, which began as chemistry, has become capable of studying chemistry. The Earth, which once had no observer, now has creatures capable of observing it. Imagine a scientist holding an ancient rock. Inside that rock, there may be minerals formed billions of years ago. Perhaps it contains traces of ancient life. The scientist studies its chemistry, measures isotopes, examines structures under a microscope, compares it with other rocks, and slowly, the ancient Earth becomes visible again. Not perfectly, but enough to reveal pieces of the story. Science is like assembling a puzzle. When most of the pieces are missing, every discovery adds another piece. Every new question opens another possibility. The story becomes clearer, but never completely finished. And now, bring yourself back to the present. You are lying somewhere on Earth, the same planet we have been exploring. Perhaps the room is dark. Perhaps you can hear distant sounds. But beneath you, Earth continues its ancient processes. Rock moves. Water circulates. Plants grow. Microbes multiply. Animals sleep. And your own cells continue working. The first life is not truly far away. It is inside your ancestry, inside the chemistry of your body, inside the structure of your cells, inside the information carried by your DNA. Take a slow breath. Imagine that breath traveling into your lungs. Oxygen enters your blood. Your cells use it. Carbon dioxide returns. You breathe out. A simple exchange. But behind it lies billions of years of evolutionary history. Without ancient photosynthetic organisms, the oxygen-rich atmosphere might never have developed. Without oxygen, complex metabolism would have been much more difficult. Without complex cells, multicellular life might never have appeared. Without multicellular life, there would be no animals. And without the long history of animals, there would be no humans. Everything is connected. Now, let the entire timeline stretch before you. Young Earth, ancient ocean, first molecules, first cells, microbial world, oxygen, complex cells, multicellular organisms, animals, plants, dinosaurs, mammals, primates, humans, you, billions of years, compressed into one quiet thought. And perhaps that thought can help you let go of smaller worries. The universe is ancient. Earth is ancient. Life is ancient. And tonight, you are allowed to simply rest. Tomorrow will come. But for now, you can sleep. Look once more at Earth from the stars. A small blue sphere. Clouds moving gently. Oceans reflecting sunlight. A thin atmosphere surrounding everything. Inside that thin layer, life exists. Tiny life. Large life. Simple life. complex life, and one sleeping human, thinking about the first life. The journey began quietly, and it continues quietly. The first cell could not have imagined the world that would follow, and you do not need to imagine everything that comes next. Just this moment, this breath, this quiet room, this ancient planet beneath you. So, let the stars remain above. Let the oceans remain below. Let the earth turn slowly through the darkness, and let your thoughts become softer and softer until there is nothing left to follow, except the gentle rhythm of breathing. The first life began billions of years ago. Its descendants are everywhere, in the ocean, in the soil, in the forests, and inside you. Life continues, quietly, patiently, endlessly changing. And tonight, you can simply rest on the ancient planet that gave life its first home. Good night, and sleep peacefully beneath the stars. Globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now. Let us slow down once more. There is no need to travel quickly, no need to reach the next era. For a moment, we will simply remain with the oldest part of the story, the beginning, the strange, quiet, beautiful beginning of life on Earth. Take a slow breath and imagine the ancient planet beneath a dark sky. The oceans stretch toward every horizon. Clouds move slowly. Volcanoes glow in the distance. Rain falls onto the young land. The planet is restless, but peaceful from far away. There are no cities, no roads, no animals, no plants, no people, only a young world, waiting, somewhere in those ancient waters. Molecules are moving. They have no purpose, no awareness, no plan. They simply follow the laws of nature. Atoms bond, molecules separate, energy moves, water flows, heat rises, minerals dissolve, and occasionally, something more complex forms. A molecule remains stable. Another molecule interacts with it. A chain forms. A membrane begins to organize. A chemical reaction becomes easier. And slowly, very slowly, systems begin appearing that can maintain themselves. This is the borderland between chemistry and life. A place where the definitions become difficult, because life did not necessarily arrive as a finished object. It may have emerged gradually, through countless small transitions. Imagine a tiny compartment in the ancient ocean. Inside, molecules are concentrated. Outside, the ocean continues moving. The compartment changes shape. It grows. It breaks. Perhaps some molecules inside help produce others. Perhaps information begins to be copied. Copies are not perfect. And because they are not perfect, differences appear. Some versions survive longer. Others disappear. The process repeats. And suddenly, there is something evolution can work with. Variation, inheritance, selection, time. Life has begun, or something very close to life has begun. Now, let us pause here. This tiny beginning may seem almost insignificant, but imagine the consequences. That first living system, or its descendants, will eventually lead to everything around you. The bacteria in soil, the trees outside, the animals of the oceans, the birds in the sky, the people sleeping in homes around the world. Every living thing. Connected through ancestry, the first life was tiny. Its legacy is enormous. Now move forward. Millions of years. The first cells multiply. They adapt. They spread. They interact. The planet becomes a microbial world. For an incredibly long time, almost all life remains microscopic. This period lasts so long that our entire human history becomes almost invisible beside it. Imagine Earth's history as a single day. The first life appears very early in the morning. Microbes dominate almost the entire day. Complex animals appear only very late. Humans arrive near the final moments. Our recorded history appears in the last fraction of a second. That is how deep the story is. And yet, the long microbial age is not empty. It is filled with transformation. Microbes alter minerals. They change oceans. They produce gases. They capture sunlight. They recycle nutrients. They create environments that later organisms depend upon. They build microscopic ecosystems. They become the foundation of food webs. Life is preparing the planet, without knowing it is preparing anything. Then, oxygen begins to rise. The atmosphere changes. The oceans change. Some organisms struggle. Others adapt. New metabolic possibilities appear. Complex cells evolve. One ancient cell enters another. The two become partners. And eventually, their descendants become part of every animal and plant cell. This is the story of mitochondria, ancient bacteria living inside ancient cells, forming one of the most important partnerships in evolutionary history. Inside you tonight, your mitochondria continue producing energy. You carry this ancient partnership everywhere. Then, cells cooperate. Multicellular life appears. The oceans fill with increasingly complex organisms. Animals evolve. Plants move on a land. Forests rise. The atmosphere changes again. Life spreads. The planet becomes greener. And the branches of evolution multiply. Some disappear. Others continue. Imagine a tree. Its roots extend deep into the ground. Its trunk rises upward. Branches spread in every direction. Some branches are enormous. Some are tiny. Some stop growing. Others divide again and again. Now imagine that tree representing life. At the base, the earliest living systems. Higher up, ancient cells, then complex cells, then multicellular organisms, then animals, plants, fungi, and countless other branches. Humanity is only one small branch. We are not the whole tree. We are not the purpose of the tree. We are simply one recent growth on an ancient living structure. And that can be strangely comforting. We do not have to be everything. We only have to be part of something. Now, bring your attention back to your own breathing. Slowly, air enters. Slowly, air leaves. Your heart beats. Your blood moves. Your cells exchange molecules. Your body remains alive. Without conscious effort, the ancient machinery continues. You can rest. You can let go. Life has been doing its work for billions of years. Tonight, you don't need to manage it. Imagine the first life again. It did not know that humans would eventually exist. It did not know about stars. It did not know about planets. It did not know that one day, a human would lie in darkness and tell its story. And perhaps that is the most beautiful part. The first life did not need to understand the future. It simply continued. One generation, then another, until the world became filled with life. Now, think of your own life in the same gentle way. You do not need to know everything that tomorrow will bring. You do not need to solve everything tonight. You can simply move forward, one moment at a time, one breath, one heartbeat, One day, life itself has always worked this way. Tiny steps, repeated over time, creating enormous journeys. The ancient ocean is becoming quiet now. The stars are bright above it. The waves touch the shore. A warm wind moves across the water. Far below, microscopic life continues. The first cells are long gone, but their descendants remain. The story has never stopped. It has only changed. And perhaps that is why the beginning is not really the beginning. It is a continuation of the universe. Atoms becoming molecules, molecules becoming chemistry, chemistry becoming life, life becoming complexity, complexity becoming awareness, and awareness looking back, wondering where it all began. You are part of that wonder, a living observer, on a living planet, looking backward through deep time. So, for tonight, you can let the question remain open. How exactly did the first life begin? Science continues searching. Perhaps future discoveries will reveal new answers. Perhaps some mysteries will remain forever. Either way, the journey is extraordinary, because whatever the exact pathway, something happened on this small planet. Chemistry became biology, the oceans became alive, and life continued. Now, let your thoughts become lighter. Imagine the Earth once more from space. Blue oceans, white clouds, dark continents, a thin atmosphere, a small world, surrounded by endless stars. Inside that tiny world, life is everywhere. And inside one quiet room, you are resting. The same earth that once held the first cells now holds you. The same planet that watched the first oceans form now carries billions of living beings. The story continues, quietly, naturally, without needing an ending. So breathe slowly and let yourself drift. The first life began quietly. The oceans carried it. The earth protected it. Evolution changed it. And billions of years later, its descendants are still here, still breathing, still changing, still becoming. You are one of them. And for tonight, that is enough. Sleep peacefully. Beneath the ancient sky, the earth is turning. The ocean is moving. The cells are working. The stars are shining. And the endless story of life continues quietly while you sleep. Globe showing Europe, Africa, water wave, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now. Let us remain here on the quiet earth. No need to travel millions of years at once. No need to rush toward the future. Instead, we will slowly look at the world that the first life helped create. Because life did not simply appear on Earth and remain unchanged. Life and Earth began changing one another, together, over immense stretches of time. Imagine the young planet again. The surface is unfamiliar. Volcanoes rise. Rain falls. Oceans gather. The atmosphere contains gases very different from those we breathe today. There are no forests. No animals, no green landscapes. The land is mostly rock, but beneath the water, tiny organisms are beginning their quiet existence. They consume chemicals. They divide. They die. Other organisms consume their remains. The earliest ecosystems begin. They are microscopic, but they are ecosystems nonetheless. Imagine a tiny patch of ancient ocean. Millions of microorganisms live close together. Some produce energy from sunlight. Others use chemical reactions. Some consume organic molecules. Some break down waste. Even at this tiny scale, life interacts. One organism's waste can become another organism's food. One organism can change the environment for another. The ocean becomes a network of relationships. This is the beginning of ecology. Not forests, not coral reefs, not grasslands, just microscopic communities living together in ancient water. And over time, these communities begin changing the planet. Photosynthetic organisms capture sunlight. They take carbon dioxide from the environment. They release oxygen. At first, the oxygen reacts with minerals. Iron in the oceans combines with oxygen, forming iron oxides. Layer after layer, these minerals settle. Some ancient rocks still preserve evidence of this process. Eventually, oxygen begins accumulating more significantly in the atmosphere. The planet enters a new chemical age, and life, once again, changes the rules of its own world. Now imagine the ocean hundreds of millions of years later. It is no longer dominated only by simple microbes. Complex cells exist. Some organisms are multicellular. Animals are appearing. The ocean floor has become a living landscape. There are organisms crawling, filtering, swimming, and burrowing. Life has become visible. The ancient microscopic world is still there, but now it has built a larger world above it. Then, life moves onto land. At first, very cautiously, simple plants grow near water. Their roots or root-like structures interact with rock. They trap sediments. They create organic material. They begin building soil. And this is important. Soil is not simply dirt. Much of the soil on Earth is a product of life. Rocks, water, and time interacting. As plants spread, the land changes. More organic matter accumulates. More organisms follow. Fungi help break down material. Microbes recycle nutrients. Small animals appear. The land becomes an ecosystem. Now imagine a prehistoric forest. The plants are unfamiliar. Some trees are enormous. The air is warm and humid. Ancient insects move through the vegetation. Small animals hide among roots. Spores drift through the air. Everywhere, organisms are eating, growing, reproducing, dying, and returning nutrients to the environment. Nothing is wasted for long. A fallen leaf becomes food for microorganisms. A dead tree becomes a home. Decomposers break organic matter apart. Nutrients return to the soil. New plants use them. Life feeds life. This cycle has existed for hundreds of millions of years. And today, you can still see it. A leaf falls from a tree. Rain touches it. Fungi begin growing. Bacteria break down its tissues. Tiny animals feed on the material. Nutrients enter the soil. Roots absorb them. The tree grows again. The ancient cycle continues. Different organisms. Same basic principles. Now, think about the atmosphere. The air around you is not just a background. It is part of the living system. Plants and microbes influence its chemistry. Oceans absorb gases. Forests exchange carbon. Animals consume oxygen. Microbes recycle nitrogen. The atmosphere is constantly interacting with life. And life has been changing it for billions of years. When you breathe, you are participating in this planetary exchange. You inhale oxygen. Your cells use it. You exhale carbon dioxide. Plants and microorganisms can use that carbon. The cycle continues. Imagine the first oxygen-producing organisms, never knowing what they were doing. They did not understand atmosphere. They did not understand metabolism. They simply survived. Yet their activities transformed the planet. This is one of the strange patterns of evolution. Small organisms can create enormous planetary consequences. A tiny microbial community can eventually alter the atmosphere of an entire world. Now, let us return to the ocean. Imagine looking downward. Through clear ancient water, tiny particles drift past. Sunlight fades with depth. Different organisms live at different levels. Near the surface, photosynthesis dominates. Deeper down, other forms of metabolism become important. At the seafloor, decomposers recycle materials. The ocean is layered, complex, alive, and beneath everything, the ancient geological earth continues moving. Tectonic plates shift, volcanoes form, mountains rise, seafloors spread. The planet itself is changing beneath life. Earth is not a perfect home. It is dynamic, sometimes violent, sometimes gentle. Climate changes, oceans freeze, volcanoes erupt, asteroids strike, continents collide, and life responds. Sometimes, life nearly disappears. There have been several mass extinctions in Earth's history. During these events, huge numbers of species vanish. The ecosystems of entire regions collapse. But life survives. And after the crisis, evolution begins again. New ecosystems develop. New species appear. New branches grow from the tree of life. One of the greatest mass extinctions happened about 252 million years ago. The Permian extinction, the largest known mass extinction in Earth's history. Most marine species disappeared. Many terrestrial species vanished. The planet's ecosystems were transformed, but some life survived, and from those survivors, new worlds eventually emerged. Dinosaurs would later become dominant. Mammals would persist. Plants would diversify, and millions of years afterward, humans would appear. Again, the story shows us something important. Life is fragile, but also remarkably persistent. Now, imagine the Earth after a mass extinction. The landscape is quiet. Many familiar creatures are gone. But beneath the soil, microbes remain. In the oceans, small organisms remain. Seeds remain. Eggs remain. Survivors begin reproducing. Slowly, ecosystems rebuild. At first, the world may seem empty. Then, plants return. Herbivores appear. Predators follow. Complex food webs emerge again. Life begins rebuilding, one small population at a time. This is the resilience of life. Not because every species survives. Most do not. But because life itself, as a process, can continue. And that process began billions of years ago, with something incredibly small. Now, let your attention return to your own body. You are not just one organism. You are also an ecosystem. Trillions of microorganisms live on and inside you. They interact with your cells. They use nutrients. They produce chemicals. They form communities. Your body is a small world within the larger world, and the cells that make up your body are themselves descendants of ancient cellular life. So, you are connected to the microbial world in more ways than you can see. Take a slow breath. Let your shoulders relax. Let your hands rest. Your heart continues its ancient rhythm. Your cells continue exchanging molecules. Your body maintains itself without conscious effort. The machinery is old, very old, Its roots stretch backward, through mammals, through animals, through complex cells, through microbes, toward the earliest life. Now imagine the entire Earth again, from space. You cannot see individual organisms. The planet appears calm. Clouds move, oceans shine, continents turn. But underneath that calm surface, billions of years of biological activity continue. Every forest, every ocean, every soil community, every microorganism, every human, part of one living planetary system. And perhaps this is the quietest lesson of the first life. Life began small, but it never remained isolated. It interacted. It changed its environment. The environment changed it. And together, they produced a planet filled with extraordinary diversity. From molecules to microbes, from microbes to ecosystems, from ecosystems to forests and oceans, and eventually to a species capable of wondering about the entire journey. So tonight, you don't need to think about the future. You can simply rest inside this ancient story. The earth beneath you is old. The air around you is ancient. The water inside you is part of a planetary cycle. And the cells inside your body carry echoes of a history billions of years long. The first life is not truly gone. Its descendants surround you. Its chemistry lives within you. Its story continues. The night becomes quieter. The ancient ocean grows dark. Stars appear above the horizon. A gentle wind moves across the land. Somewhere, a tiny organism divides. Another consumes a molecule. A plant absorbs carbon dioxide. A cell produces energy. A human sleeps. All of these moments belong to the same story. The living planet continues turning, and you can let yourself drift, knowing that life has been quietly continuing for billions of years. Good night. Rest deeply, and let the ancient earth carry you gently towards sleep. Globe showing Europe, Africa, Herb, Waterwave, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we continue our slow journey. The earth is turning quietly beneath the stars. Life is everywhere, but to understand the first life, we can look at something that exists inside every living organism. A family tree, not a family tree with names and photographs, but a vast tree of ancestry, stretching backward through deep time. At the tips, there are the organisms alive today. Humans, whales, birds, trees, fungi, insects, bacteria, archaea, and countless others. Each branch represents a lineage. Each split represents ancestors becoming separated and following different evolutionary paths. But if we travel backward, the branches begin to merge, and merge again, and again, until the enormous tree becomes smaller and simpler. Eventually, we approach the earliest common ancestors of modern life. And beyond that, the ancient world where life itself emerged. Imagine standing beneath this enormous tree. Its roots are hidden in darkness. Its branches stretch farther than you can see. Some branches are thick. Some are incredibly thin. Some disappeared millions of years ago. Others continue today. You are standing on one tiny branch, but you are connected to the whole tree. The tree is your history. Now, let us follow one branch. Your branch. Begin with yourself. Then your parents. Their parents. Their parents. Continue backward through thousands of generations. Then millions. You encounter early humans. Earlier hominins. Ancient primates, small mammals, reptile-like ancestors, early tetrapods, ancient fish, early animals, multicellular organisms, complex cells, single-celled organisms, and eventually, the earliest life. The journey becomes stranger the farther backward you travel. There are no familiar bodies, no faces, no eyes, no hands. Eventually, not even cells as we know them, only ancient chemistry. And yet, every step is connected. There is no point where your ancestry suddenly appears from nowhere. Life changes gradually. Generations pass. Small differences accumulate. Some lineages end. Others continue. And over enormous time, new forms appear. This is evolution, a process without a destination. Now, look at the other branches. A tree, a mushroom, a whale, a butterfly, a bacterium. They all have different histories, but their branches eventually connect. All known life shares deep evolutionary relationships. That does not mean everything evolved from one modern species. It means living organisms share ancient common ancestry. The farther backward we travel, the more connections appear. At the deepest level, the tree of life becomes one enormous family. Imagine a whale swimming through an ancient ocean. Its body is huge. Its movements are graceful. It breathes air. It communicates with sounds. But its distant ancestors once lived on land. And before that, their ancestors were small mammals. Before that, four-limbed vertebrates. Before that, fish. And much farther back, single-celled life. The whale carries this history within its body. Now imagine a tree. Its ancestors were plants that colonized land hundreds of millions of years ago. Before that, photosynthetic organisms in water. Before that, ancient cells. The tree also carries deep history. And you carry yours. This is why biology can feel like archaeology. Your body contains ancient clues. Your DNA contains patterns inherited from ancestors. Your cells contain structures with ancient origins. Even the basic mechanisms of reading genetic information, building proteins, and producing energy have deep evolutionary histories. Your body is like a living museum, but unlike a museum, its exhibits are still working. Now, let us travel deeper. Before animals, there were complex cells. These cells were themselves extraordinary. Inside them, different structures performed different jobs. Some controlled genetic information. Some produced energy. Some transported materials. Some broke down waste. The appearance of complex cells was a major transition. The cell became a small, organized world. And once complex cells existed, new possibilities opened. Multicellular organisms could evolve. Different cells could specialize. Bodies could become larger, more complex, more coordinated. Imagine a single complex cell drifting through an ancient ocean. It is almost invisible, but inside, molecules are moving continuously. Proteins fold, membranes change, energy is produced, DNA is copied, signals travel. The cell is alive, and it carries billions of years of history. Now, move backward again. Before complex cells, there were simpler cells, bacteria-like organisms, archaea-like organisms. They had no nucleus like ours. Their internal organization was simpler, but they were already remarkably capable. They could use chemical energy. They could use sunlight. They could move. They could attach to surfaces. They could reproduce. They could adapt. The ancient planet belonged to them. For most of Earth's history, life was microscopic. This is easy to forget. When we look at Earth today, we see forests, mountains, animals, cities, and people. But for most of Earth's history, there were no animals at all. No trees, no flowers, no insects, no humans. The world was microbial. Tiny organisms dominated the planet for billions of years. That means the first life was not a short prelude. It was the longest chapter. Imagine Earth 4 billion years ago. The oceans stretch beneath the sun. Microbes live almost everywhere. They form communities. They compete. They cooperate. They exchange chemicals. They adapt. Generation follows generation. There is no rush. There is only time. And time is one of evolution's greatest tools. Now, think about how much can happen in a billion years. A billion years is 1,000 million years. It is difficult for the human mind to imagine. But evolution had several billion years to work. That is why tiny changes could accumulate into enormous transformations. A slight difference in a molecule, over countless generations, can eventually contribute to entirely new biological structures. A simple cell can eventually become a complex organism. The scale of time makes the impossible feel possible. Now, let the timeline stretch out before you. 1 billion years, then 2, then 3, then 4, then today, and there you are, a human being, resting quietly, on a planet whose history stretches far beyond human imagination. Your existence is recent, very recent, but your ancestry is ancient. Take a slow breath. Feel the air move gently. Your lungs are descendants of structures that evolved long after the first life. Your heart, your nervous system, your eyes, your hands, all are relatively recent inventions in the story, but the cells making them are ancient. And inside those cells, the oldest molecular machinery continues. Now, imagine the tree again. The branches move gently in a cosmic wind. At the tips, modern life. Deep within, ancient life. And at the roots, the mysterious beginning. We do not know exactly what those roots looked like. Perhaps the first life emerged in the ocean. Perhaps around hydrothermal vents. Perhaps in warm ponds. Perhaps through several chemical pathways. Science continues investigating. But wherever the beginning happened, something extraordinary followed. Life persisted. And now, the family tree reaches you. You are not the end. You are another branch. Your descendants, if any, will continue the story. Other organisms will continue their branches. The tree will change. Species will disappear. New species may appear. The earth itself will change. But life, if conditions remain suitable, will continue exploring possibilities. So tonight, you can rest beneath the branches of this enormous tree. You do not need to carry its entire history. You only need to remember that you belong to it. The first life was not separate from you. It was the distant beginning of the lineage that eventually produced you. And the tiny cells inside your body still carry traces of that ancient heritage. The stars shine overhead. The earth turns slowly. The oceans move. Microbes divide. Plants breathe. Animals rest. Humans sleep. And the tree of life continues growing, branching, changing. Quietly, you can let your thoughts drift now. No more questions. No more searching, just the feeling of deep time and the peaceful knowledge that you are one small part of an ancient living world. Good night, and sleep deeply beneath the branches of Earth's enormous family tree. Deciduous tree globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we drift forward again, very slowly, into one of the most important transformations in Earth's history. The transformation of the atmosphere. The air around you feels ordinary. You breathe without thinking, in and out. But oxygen was not always here. The atmosphere of the young Earth was very different. And the oxygen you breathe today is connected to an ancient biological revolution. Imagine the early ocean. The water is warm. The sky is hazy. Volcanoes rise along the young continents. There are no forests, no animals, no blue sky like the one we know. Beneath the water, tiny organisms are living. Some obtain energy from chemicals. Others use sunlight. Among them, cyanobacteria begin performing a remarkable form of photosynthesis. They capture sunlight. They use water. They build organic molecules. And as a byproduct, they release oxygen. At first, the oxygen seems insignificant, a tiny amount, released by tiny organisms. But the process continues. Generation after generation, for millions of years. Imagine one oxygen molecule. It leaves a microscopic cell. It enters the surrounding water. There it encounters minerals, perhaps iron. The oxygen reacts. The reaction changes the chemistry. The molecule becomes part of a mineral. It settles. Another oxygen molecule appears. Then another. The process continues, layer after layer. Ancient chemical evidence accumulates. The microscopic activities of living organisms are leaving planetary-scale fingerprints. Eventually, the oxygen supply becomes large enough that the atmosphere begins changing. This transition is often called the Great Oxidation Event. It occurred roughly 2.4 billion years ago, though the process unfolded over a long period. For some organisms, oxygen was toxic. The world they knew was changing. Some organisms disappeared from oxygen-rich environments. Others survived in places where oxygen remained scarce. And still others learned to use oxygen. That ability would become incredibly important because oxygen allows certain forms of metabolism to release much more energy from food. More available energy means more possibilities. Eventually, complex cells become possible, and much later, multicellular organisms, animals, plants, and eventually, humans. Think about that for a moment. The oxygen entering your lungs tonight has a history, not the exact molecule necessarily. But oxygen in Earth's atmosphere exists in part because ancient microorganisms transformed the planet. Tiny cells, changing the chemistry of an entire world. Now, imagine the ancient ocean again. There are no whales, no fish, no coral reefs, no sea turtles, no giant squid, only microscopic organisms. And yet, the foundations of future ecosystems are being built. Oxygen accumulates. New chemical reactions become possible. Complexity becomes easier. The stage is being prepared, though nobody knows what will eventually appear. Now, move forward hundreds of millions of years. Complex cells evolve. Inside them, ancient partnerships continue. Mitochondria produce energy. The nucleus stores genetic information. Membranes organize the interior. The cell becomes a miniature city. Different molecular machines perform different tasks. It is almost impossible to imagine how small and yet how complicated these cells are. And eventually, some of these cells begin living together. Multicellular organisms emerge. The ancient Earth is changing again. Imagine a tiny colony drifting through the ocean. Many cells living together. At first, they may be nearly identical, but gradually, specialization appears. Some cells become better at movement, some at feeding, some at reproduction, some at protection. The organism becomes more than the sum of its parts. Cooperation creates new possibilities. And from these humble beginnings, complex bodies will eventually evolve. Now, the ocean begins filling with larger organisms. The Cambrian period arrives. Around 540 million years ago, animal diversity increases dramatically. The fossil record becomes richer. Hard parts appear. Shells, exoskeletons, protective structures. Predators become more sophisticated. Animals burrow, swim, crawl, filter food. The ocean becomes a busy ecosystem. For the first time, the world begins to resemble an active animal planet. Imagine the seafloor. A strange, ancient creature crawls slowly across the sediment. Nearby, another organism burrows underground. A small predator moves through the water. Tiny particles fall from above. Sunlight reaches the surface. The ocean is alive, and evolution is experimenting. Every organism faces the same basic challenge: survive long enough to reproduce. Those that succeed leave descendants. Those that fail leave fewer. Generation by generation, the population changes. Now, one lineage begins developing stronger muscles. Another develops better sensory structures. Another develops a shell. Another becomes a predator. Evolution does not know which design will win. It simply filters possibilities through survival and reproduction. Some experiments become successful. Others disappear. The tree of life branches and branches again. Then, eventually, one of the great transitions begins. Life moves on to land. At first, plants, then arthropods, then vertebrates. Imagine the first animals exploring the shoreline. They are not walking confidently across a forest. There is no forest yet. They are testing a strange environment. Wet mud, shallow water, exposed rocks. The air is unfamiliar. Gravity feels different, but the land offers new opportunities. And over millions of years, life adapts. Plants spread, roots develop, stems rise, leaves capture sunlight. Soils become richer, forests appear, and once forests exist, the land becomes an enormous habitat. Animals follow, insects multiply, amphibians move between water and land. Reptiles spread farther from shorelines. Eventually, mammals appear, birds appear, dinosaurs appear. The world becomes increasingly complex. And still, beneath everything, microbes remain. The ancient foundation continues. Bacteria live in soil. Fungi break down dead organisms. Microbes cycle nutrients. Photosynthetic organisms produce oxygen. The first life has never truly left. It has simply become part of everything. Now, look at yourself again. The oxygen you breathe, the food you eat, the energy your cells use. all depend upon an ancient planetary system. You are connected to plants, to microbes, to oceans, to the atmosphere, to rocks, to sunlight, and behind all of it, to the first living systems. Take a slow breath, in and out. Imagine the oxygen entering your lungs, traveling into your bloodstream, and reaching your cells. Your mitochondria use oxygen to help produce energy. Those mitochondria are descendants of ancient bacteria. So inside you, an ancient partnership is still functioning. Billions of years have passed, and the relationship continues. Now, let your mind drift back to the first oxygen molecule, a tiny invisible particle, released by a microscopic organism. No one noticed, no one celebrated, but molecule by molecule, the atmosphere changed, and eventually, a world capable of supporting complex life emerged. This is the strange power of deep time. Tiny changes, repeated for long enough, can reshape a planet. The ancient sky becomes quiet. The ocean moves beneath it. The first oxygen-producing organisms continue their work. The world is slowly becoming ready for everything that will come later. Animals, forests, dinosaurs, mammals, humans, you, and perhaps the most beautiful part is that none of it had to happen quickly. The Earth had time, billions of years of time, and life used that time, one generation at a time. So tonight, you can slow down too. You do not need to solve tomorrow. You do not need to understand everything. Just breathe, in and out. Let your body rest. Let your cells work. Let the ancient history of life become a quiet background. Like waves on a distant shore, the oxygen in your lungs has a story. The cells in your body have a story. The earth beneath you has a story. And all those stories connect to the first life. The stars are beginning to appear. The ancient ocean reflects their light. The earth turns beneath them. Somewhere, a tiny cell releases another molecule of oxygen. And somewhere else, a human being sleeps, billions of years apart, yet connected by one continuous story. Life began quietly. The planet changed. Life changed with it. And now, you can rest, while the living earth continues its ancient rhythm. Breathe slowly, sleep deeply, and let the first breath of Earth's living world carry you gently into dreams. Globe showing Europe, Africa, water wave, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we drift forward once more. The ancient oceans remain behind us, but they are still alive. Below their surface, fish swim. Tiny organisms drift through the currents. Coral-like communities grow. Predators move quietly through the water. And above the waves, something new is happening. The land is beginning to turn green. For most of Earth's history, the continents were almost completely barren. Rock, sand, volcanic landscapes, rivers flowing across empty ground, rain falling onto stone. There were no forests waiting beneath the clouds, no grasslands, no flowers, no trees. But life had already learned something important. It could use sunlight. Plants and their ancient relatives had been doing this in the oceans for hundreds of millions of years. Now, some of their descendants began adapting to life on land. The first land plants were small. They lived close to moisture, near streams, around shallow pools, along damp shorelines. They had no towering trunks, no enormous leaves, no deep roots, but they had something powerful. the ability to capture sunlight and turn it into chemical energy. Imagine walking across one of these ancient landscapes. There is almost nothing above your ankles. The ground is rocky. Thin layers of early soil cover some areas. Tiny green structures cling to the surface. Water collects between stones. The air moves freely. The horizon is enormous. For the first time, the continents are beginning to breathe with life. Not forests yet, just small patches of green. But those patches will grow. Plants face a difficult problem on land. Water is no longer surrounding every cell. A plant must hold itself upright. It must transport water. It must exchange gases. It must protect itself from drying out. Evolution begins solving these problems, one small innovation at a time. Protective surfaces develop. Internal transport systems become more sophisticated. Roots or root-like structures anchor organisms. Stems help lift photosynthetic tissues toward the sun. Leaves become more efficient, and gradually, plants become larger. Now, millions of years pass. The green patches expand. More organic material accumulates. Dead plants decompose. Fungi and microbes break them down. Nutrients return to the ground. Soils become deeper. More plants can grow. The land begins changing itself. A feedback loop begins. Life creates conditions for more life. Imagine a river flowing through an ancient landscape. Along its banks, small plants grow. Their roots hold sediment. Their bodies slow the movement of water. When they die, their remains enrich the soil. Other plants grow nearby. Tiny animals arrive, then larger ones. The riverbank becomes an ecosystem. The empty continent is slowly disappearing. And then, the forests arrive. Not the forest you know today. These ancient forests contain plants that would look strange to modern eyes. Giant club mosses, tree-sized ferns, horsetail-like plants, primitive seed plants. They rise toward the sky, forming enormous green landscapes. Some reach heights of many meters. The atmosphere becomes humid. The forest floor is shaded. Dead vegetation accumulates. Fungi and microorganisms work continuously beneath the surface, and animals begin exploring this new world. Imagine standing beneath one of these ancient trees. Look upward. There is no familiar oak, no maple, no pine. Instead, tall ancient plants stretch toward the light. Their leaves create a strange canopy. The air is warm. Moisture hangs in the atmosphere. Insects move through the vegetation. Small arthropods crawl along the ground. And somewhere nearby, an early vertebrate moves through the undergrowth. The land is alive. The forests also change the atmosphere. Plants absorb carbon dioxide. They release oxygen. They store carbon in their tissues. When plants die, some of that carbon becomes buried. Over geological time, enormous deposits of plant material accumulate. Some eventually become coal, ancient forests, compressed into rock, preserving sunlight from hundreds of millions of years ago. The energy captured by plants becomes part of Earth's geological history. Think about coal for a moment. A dark rock, quietly sitting underground. But inside its history, there are ancient forests, leaves, stems, roots, trees that once grew beneath prehistoric skies. Their bodies were buried. Pressure increased. Heat transformed them. And millions of years later, humans would dig these ancient forests from the earth. It is another reminder that geological time preserves biological time. Now, the animals of the land are changing too. Arthropods become abundant. Some grow surprisingly large. Insects develop wings. Predators move among the vegetation. And vertebrates become increasingly adapted to life on land. Some still depend heavily on water. Others begin spending more time away from it. Their limbs strengthen. Their lungs become more efficient. Their bodies change. Eventually, some descendants become fully terrestrial. Imagine a small, early reptile moving across dry ground. It does not need to return to a pond to lay its eggs. Its reproduction has become better suited to life away from water. This is the importance of the amniotic egg, a tiny biological innovation with enormous consequences. Animals can move farther inland. They can explore dry landscapes. They can survive in environments unavailable to earlier vertebrates. The land opens again, and once animals can live far from water, evolution begins exploring countless possibilities. Some become predators. Some become herbivores. Some become enormous. Others remain tiny. Some return to the oceans. Others remain on land. The branches multiply. Now, let us pause beneath the ancient forest. Listen, there are no human sounds, no engines, no distant airplanes, only wind, moving through strange prehistoric plants. Leaves rustle, water moves along a river. Tiny creatures crawl across fallen vegetation. An ancient animal moves somewhere beyond the trees. The sun slowly crosses the sky, and the earth continues turning. Imagine how strange it would feel to stand there. You would recognize the basic idea of a forest, but almost nothing else. The plants would be unfamiliar. The animals would be unfamiliar. The atmosphere would be different. The continents would be in different positions. The oceans would look different. Even the length of the day would not be exactly the same. And yet, the fundamental rhythm would be recognizable. Sunlight, water, plants, animals, predation, growth, decay, reproduction, life. This is one of the remarkable things about Earth. The details change, but the underlying processes remain. Plants capture energy. Animals consume organic matter. Decomposers return nutrients. Water moves. Carbon cycles. Oxygen moves between organisms and atmosphere. The planet functions as a connected system. Now, bring yourself gently back to the present. Think about the nearest tree. Perhaps there is one outside your window. Its leaves are capturing sunlight. Water is moving from roots toward leaves. Carbon dioxide enters. Oxygen leaves. Roots interact with soil. Microorganisms live around them. Fungi connect with roots. Tiny insects move across the bark. Birds may rest among the branches. An entire ecosystem exists around something that seems, at first glance, completely still. The ancient forest is still with us, just transformed, and your own body is connected to that forest. You breathe oxygen produced by photosynthetic life. You eat food created directly or indirectly by plants. The carbon in your body comes through Earth's biological cycles. The water in your cells has traveled through oceans, clouds, rivers, plants, animals, and soil. Nothing about you exists outside Earth's cycles. Take a slow breath, in and out. Imagine the oxygen moving through your lungs. Imagine ancient forests releasing oxygen beneath a prehistoric Sunday. Imagine countless generations of plants doing the same. The atmosphere changing, slowly, quietly, over immense time, and eventually, that oxygen reaches you. Now, the ancient forest becomes dim. The sun is setting. The sky changes color. The plants become silhouettes. The first stars appear. The animals become quieter. Night settles over the prehistoric landscape. But beneath the soil, life continues. Roots remain alive. Fungi continue growing. Microbes continue working. Small animals move through the darkness. Life never completely sleeps, and neither does the earth. Even during the quietest night, the planet continues. Water moves. Clouds form. Rocks weather. Plants exchange gases. Cells divide. The atmosphere circulates. The earth turns. The story continues. Soon, the forests will become even more extraordinary. Reptiles will diversify. The first great dinosaur lineages will emerge. Mammals will quietly appear. Birds will eventually take to the sky. And much later, primates will emerge. But we don't need to hurry. Those chapters can wait. For now, remain beneath the ancient trees. Listen to the soft wind. Imagine the first green landscapes spreading across the continents. A planet that was once almost completely barren has become a living world. And it all began with tiny organisms, learning to use sunlight. So, let your body become heavier. Let your breathing become slower. The ancient forest is quiet. The stars are bright. The earth turns beneath your resting body. And somewhere deep in Earth's history, a tiny plant is growing beside an ancient stream. It does not know that forests will cover continents. It does not know that animals will evolve. It does not know that humans will one day walk beneath trees. It simply grows toward the light. And perhaps that is enough. One small organism, one small change, one generation, one quiet step forward, until the earth becomes green. Sleep peacefully beneath the ancient forest, while the living planet continues its slow journey through time. Herb globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we move forward again, very slowly, through the deep corridors of Earth's history. The ancient forests remain behind us. The continents have shifted, the oceans have changed, and life has become larger, much larger. The world is entering an age of giants. Imagine walking across a prehistoric landscape. More than 200 million years ago, the air is warm. The continents are joined together into an enormous landmass called Pangaea. Volcanoes rise in the distance. Rivers cross broad plains. Conifer-like trees cover parts of the landscape. Ferns grow beneath them. Small reptiles move between rocks. And somewhere beyond the trees, something enormous is approaching. You hear the ground before you see it. A slow, deep, rhythmic vibration. Step, step, step. A dinosaur. Dinosaurs did not appear suddenly as gigantic creatures. Their earliest relatives were often much smaller. They evolved from ancient reptile lineages and gradually diversified. Some became fast runners. Some became predators. Some became herbivores. Others developed enormous bodies. Over millions of years, different dinosaur groups explored almost every environment. Forests, plains, wetlands, deserts, coastal regions. Their bodies changed to match their environments. long necks, powerful jaws, sharp teeth, feathers, scales, horns, claws, armor. The dinosaur world was not one single type of animal. It was an enormous collection of evolutionary experiments. Now, imagine a herd of long-necked dinosaurs moving through a forest. Their bodies are enormous. Their tails stretch behind them. Their necks rise above the trees. They feed on vegetation high in the canopy. A single animal may weigh many tons, yet its movements are surprisingly gentle. Leaves rustle, branches sway. The herd moves slowly, almost like a living landscape. Nearby, a predator waits. Perhaps it is much smaller. Perhaps it is watching for an opportunity. Predation is becoming increasingly sophisticated. Animals must sense one another. Hide, chase, escape, defend. The ancient world is becoming a network of interactions. Every creature affects another. Every species is part of an ecosystem. But dinosaurs are not the only important animals here. Small mammals are also living in this world. They are often tiny. Many are nocturnal. They hide among rocks, roots, and vegetation. They eat insects, seeds, small animals. They are not yet dominant, but they are persistent, and their descendants will eventually inherit a very different Earth. Now, look upward. The sky is filled with strange flying creatures. Some are pterosaurs, reptiles that evolved powered flight. Their wings are made from a membrane stretched over elongated finger bones. They glide above ancient landscapes. Some are small, others become enormous. They are not dinosaurs, but they share the same ancient world. And somewhere in the forests, feathered dinosaurs move through the vegetation. Some feathers may have originally helped with insulation. Others may have played roles in display. Eventually, certain dinosaur lineages become capable of powered flight. Birds emerge. The modern sky has its roots here. When you hear a bird singing today, you are hearing a descendant of a lineage that survived the extinction that ended the age of non-avian dinosaurs. But before that ending, millions of years pass. The continents slowly separate. Pangea breaks apart. New oceans open. Climate changes. Sea levels rise and fall. Dinosaurs diversify. Flowering plants eventually appear. Insects interact with them. New ecosystems develop. The Earth becomes increasingly complex. Now, imagine a Cretaceous forest. It is warm. The sun shines through the canopy. Flowering plants are beginning to spread. Bees and other insects interact with plants. Bird-like dinosaurs move between branches. Small mammals search for food. Large herbivores move across the landscape. And somewhere, a giant predator walks slowly through the vegetation. Its footsteps press into soft ground. For a moment, everything is quiet. Then the animal disappears beyond the trees. This world existed for millions of years, longer than human civilization, longer than recorded history, longer than almost anything we can easily imagine. Generation after generation of dinosaurs lived, reproduced, and disappeared. New species replaced old ones. Continents shifted beneath them. Mountains rose. Rivers changed course. Oceans moved. The world was never still. Then, one day, the sky changed. About 66 million years ago, a large asteroid struck Earth. The impact occurred near what is now Mexico. The energy released was immense. Dust and aerosols entered the atmosphere. Wildfires may have spread across large regions. Sunlight was reduced. Climate systems changed. Food webs collapsed. And many species disappeared. The non-avian dinosaurs. After more than 160 million years of evolutionary history, were gone. Imagine the world afterward. Silence, darkened skies, dead vegetation, broken ecosystems, many animals struggling to survive. But not everything disappeared. Small mammals survived. Birds survived. Crocodilians survived. Turtles survived. Insects survived. Plants eventually returned. Microbes continued. Life endured. Again, the planet changed. Again, the tree of life lost branches. And again, new branches began growing. This is the rhythm of Earth's history. Growth, change, extinction, recovery, growth again. Life does not move in a straight line. It moves through cycles of opportunity and loss. The end of one world can become the beginning of another. And now, the mammals begin their great expansion. Without giant non-avian dinosaurs dominating many ecosystems, mammals diversify. Some become large. Some return to the oceans. Some take to the air. Some climb trees. Others live underground. Eventually, primates appear. Small creatures, often living among branches. Their eyes face forward. Their hands can grasp. Their brains become increasingly sophisticated. And slowly, another branch of the tree of life begins its long journey. Imagine an ancient primate moving through a forest. Its body is small. Its movements are cautious. It grips a branch, looks around, moves again. Nothing about it suggests the future. It does not know that millions of years later, its descendants will walk upright, use tools, build cities, study fossils, look at distant galaxies, and wonder about the beginning of life. This is the strange beauty of evolution. The future is hidden. A tiny organism can lead to something unexpected. A small branch can eventually become enormous. And a seemingly unimportant species can become important under a changing environment. There is no plan visible from within the process. Only life, continuing. Now, let the prehistoric forest become quiet. The dinosaurs are gone. The mammals are spreading. The birds remain in the sky. The continents continue drifting. The oceans continue moving. The sun continues shining. And the earth still carries life. A new chapter has begun. Take a slow breath. In and out. Your ancestors include organisms that survived ancient extinctions. They survived environmental changes. They survived competition. They survived countless generations. The line leading to you is not a story of uninterrupted success. It is a story of survival through change. Again and again and again. Now, imagine the Earth from space. The asteroid impact is long past. The planet is green again. Clouds move over continents. Oceans shine beneath the sun. Mammals spread across the land. Birds fill the skies. Plants cover enormous regions. And somewhere in a quiet forest, a small primate moves through the branches. The future of humanity is still unimaginably far away, but the path is beginning. Soon, we will move through the final stages of our journey, from ancient mammals to primates to early humans, and finally to the present. But there is still time. For now, rest inside this ancient world. Imagine the sound of leaves moving in a warm, prehistoric wind. Imagine distant birds calling. Imagine small mammals moving through the undergrowth. The age of dinosaurs has ended, but the story of life continues. The earth has changed, and life has changed with it. And somewhere beneath the ancient stars, the next chapter is waiting. Sleep peacefully as the living planet moves forward through time. Globe showing Europe, Africa, sauropod, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we move into the final great stretch of our journey. The dinosaurs are gone, but life continues. The Earth is changing. The continents are moving toward their modern positions. Mountains rise. Oceans open and close. Climate shifts. Forests expand and retreat. And mammals, quietly, begin exploring the possibilities of a changing world. Imagine the Earth about 60 million years ago. There are no humans, no cities, no roads, but mammals are everywhere. Some are tiny, moving through leaves. Some live underground. Some climb trees. Others walk across open landscapes. Some return to the water. Over millions of years, mammals become remarkably diverse. Whales evolve from land-dwelling ancestors. Bats take to the sky. Horses change. Elephants change. Predators diversify. Primates evolve. The mammalian tree becomes enormous. Now, enter a warm, ancient forest. High above the ground, a small primate moves through branches. It has grasping hands, forward-facing eyes, a flexible body. It depends on trees for food and safety. Its world is green. Sunlight filters through leaves. Insects move across branches. Birds call in the distance. And somewhere, a very distant ancestor of humanity is alive. Not human, not even close, but part of the lineage. Millions of years pass. The climate changes. Forests shrink in some regions. Grasslands expand. Some primates adapt to open environments. Their bodies change. Their behavior changes. Their descendants begin spending more time on the ground. And eventually, some begin walking upright. Bipedal movement becomes an important part of their lives. Hands are freed for carrying, manipulating objects, gathering food, and perhaps, eventually, using tools. Imagine an early hominin walking across an ancient African landscape. The sun is warm. Grasses move in the wind. Trees stand scattered across the horizon. The creature is small compared with many modern animals. It has no modern clothing, no buildings, no language like ours. But it is observant. It watches. It remembers. It learns. And its descendants will change the world. Tool use becomes increasingly sophisticated. Stone is shaped. Sharp edges are created. Bones may be used. Fire becomes important. Cooking changes food. Shelter becomes more complex. Social cooperation becomes increasingly important. And the brain grows more capable of learning. Human evolution is not a straight ladder. It is a branching tree. Many hominin species appear. Some survive for long periods. Others disappear. Several may have lived at the same time. Our own species, Homo sapiens, appears roughly 300,000 years ago. Imagine an early human beneath a night sky. There are no electric lights, no skyscrapers, no screens, only firelight. The stars are incredibly bright. The person looks upward. Perhaps they wonder what the lights are. Perhaps they tell stories. Perhaps they simply watch. The same stars that early humans saw are still above us tonight. human beings begin spreading across the planet. Africa, Asia, Europe, Australia, eventually, the Americas. They cross deserts, mountains, grasslands, forests, oceans. They adapt to different environments. They invent. They cooperate. They communicate. They remember. They teach their children. And culture begins accumulating. One generation passes knowledge to the next. Unlike genetic evolution, cultural evolution can move incredibly quickly. A tool can improve within a lifetime. A story can travel across generations. An idea can spread between distant communities. Human history accelerates. Then, agriculture begins. People settle. Plants are cultivated. Animals are domesticated. Villages become towns. Towns become cities. Writing develops. Records appear. Civilizations rise. And suddenly, the story becomes familiar. Kings, farmers, builders, scientists, artists, explorers, families, generations. But beneath all of this, the ancient biology continues. Humans still breathe oxygen. Cells still divide. DNA still carries information. Mitochondria still produce energy. The ancient machinery remains. Now, let us return to the smallest scale. Imagine looking inside one of your cells. The cell is alive with movement. Proteins fold. Molecules travel. Membranes communicate. DNA stores information. Ribosomes build proteins. Mitochondria produce energy. Thousands of chemical reactions occur every second. You are not consciously controlling them. Your body simply continues. The same fundamental principle, life maintaining itself, that began billions of years ago. Think about your DNA. It is a long molecule carrying biological information. But the DNA inside you is not only yours. Much of the machinery that reads DNA, copies it, and translates its information, has deep evolutionary roots. The genetic code itself is remarkably conserved across life. A bacterium, a tree, a whale, and you use fundamentally related molecular systems. Different bodies, different lifestyles, different histories, but ancient molecular foundations remain. Now, imagine traveling backward through your DNA, generation after generation. Your parents, grandparents, ancestors, early humans, ancient primates, mammals, reptile-like ancestors, fish, ancient animals, single-celled organisms. The line keeps going, further and further, until the familiar world disappears, until the ancestors become microscopic, until we reach the mysterious beginnings of life. This means, when you look at another living organism, you are looking at a distant relative, a tree, a mushroom, a bird, a bacterium, a whale. All are branches of the same enormous evolutionary history. The relationships may be distant, but they are real. Life is connected. Now, let us return to the human story. Humans begin looking deeper. They discover fossils. They examine rocks. They observe cells. They discover DNA. They sequence genomes. They compare species. And gradually, humanity begins reconstructing its own history. The story of life becomes a story that life itself can investigate. That is extraordinary. The universe produced stars. Stars produced elements. Planets formed. Chemistry became life. Life evolved brains. brains became capable of asking, how did life begin? And now, you are lying here, listening to that question. Perhaps this is one of the strangest moments in the entire story. The first organisms had no idea they were part of an evolutionary journey. Neither did the dinosaurs. Neither did ancient mammals. Neither did early primates. But you can look backward. You can imagine the ancient oceans, the first cells, the first oxygen, the first forests, the dinosaurs, the mammals, the first humans. You can reconstruct a story that stretches billions of years. Take a slow breath and imagine the timeline behind you. It is enormous, so enormous, that your entire lifetime is only a tiny point near its end. But your life is still meaningful. Deep time does not make an individual life meaningless. It makes it remarkable. You are a temporary arrangement of ancient matter, capable of experiencing the world. You can see sunlight, hear music, feel warmth, watch the stars, think about your origins, and eventually fall asleep. Tonight, you don't need to understand everything. You don't need to know exactly how the first life began. You don't need to know what the future holds. You can simply rest with the knowledge that you are part of something ancient. The first life survived, then changed, then diversified, then transformed the planet. And billions of years later, one branch became you. Now, the ancient world fades. The forests become modern. The mammals become familiar. The landscapes become recognizable. Cities appear. Lights glow across continents. Millions of people sleep. Millions more are awake. The oceans remain. The mountains remain. The atmosphere remains. And beneath everything, the same ancient Earth continues. Imagine Earth at night from space. Tiny lights appear across the continents. Cities glow. Ships move across oceans. Storms swirl above the water. The moon reflects sunlight. The planet turns. Inside one small home, someone sleeps. Perhaps they are dreaming. Perhaps they are completely unaware of the billions of years behind them. And that is perfectly fine. You don't need to think about deep time every night. But tonight, you have taken the journey from chemistry to the first life, from the first life to the first cells, from cells to complex organisms, from oceans to forests, from forests to dinosaurs, from dinosaurs to mammals, from mammals to primates, from primates to humans, and from humans to you. Now, let your body relax. Your breathing is gentle. Your heartbeat is steady. The ancient machinery inside your cells continues quietly. You can let your thoughts slow down. The story is almost complete. But one final place remains. Not the beginning, but the present. The world outside your window. The world beneath your feet. The living earth. Right now, the first life began in a world without humans. But now, the planet is filled with life. Trees reach toward the sky. Whales cross oceans. Birds migrate across continents. Insects fill forests. Microbes live everywhere. And billions of people share the same small planet. The story continues. Not finished. Not complete. Still changing. Still evolving. So, as you drift toward sleep, remember the simplest idea. You are alive. Because life has continued, generation after generation, for billions of years, through oceans, extinctions, climate changes, continents moving, new species appearing, old species disappearing. Life kept going. And tonight, you are one small moment in that immense continuity. The stars are quiet. The earth turns. The oceans breathe. The forests move gently in the wind. And somewhere beneath the surface, tiny cells continue the ancient work. Life continues. You can rest. You can breathe. You can let go. Because the story does not need you to stay awake. It will continue without you, just as it continued before you. And that can be peaceful. Good night. Sleep deeply as the ancient family of life continues its journey. Beneath the stars, globe showing Europe, Africa, Milky Way, ZZZ, and now we arrive at the final chapter. But perhaps it is not really a final chapter, because the story of life has no final page. It simply continues, generation after generation, change after change, world after world. And tonight, we have traveled backward through some of that enormous history. So let us return, one last time, to the beginning. Close your eyes and imagine the young Earth. No cities, no forests, no animals, no human voices, only rock, water, volcanoes, clouds, and an ancient Sunday. The oceans are vast. The continents are young. The atmosphere is unfamiliar. And somewhere, in the chemistry of this world, something begins. We still do not know exactly how. Perhaps around ancient hydrothermal vents. Perhaps in shallow pools. Perhaps on mineral surfaces. Perhaps through chemical networks we have not yet discovered. Science continues searching, but eventually, something appears that can persist and reproduce. Life, small enough to be invisible, simple enough to seem almost like chemistry, yet powerful enough to change an entire planet. The first life does not know what it has begun. It has no eyes, no brain, no thoughts, no dreams. It simply continues. One generation, then another, for millions of years, for hundreds of millions, for billions. Life keeps changing. Some organisms capture sunlight. The atmosphere changes. Some organisms learn to use oxygen. Complex cells appear. Ancient cells form partnerships. Multicellular life emerges. Animals appear. Plants spread across land. Forests rise. Dinosaurs dominate ecosystems. Mammals survive quietly. A great extinction changes everything. Mammals diversify. Primates appear. Humans evolve. And eventually, one human being lies down and wonders about the first life. You. Think about how unlikely the journey feels. Not impossible, but unimaginably complicated. Countless events had to occur. Many lineages disappeared. Many evolutionary experiments ended. Many environments changed. And yet, one continuous chain survived. The chain leading to you. Not because the universe was aiming toward humanity, but because life kept adapting to whatever came next. This is an important distinction. Evolution has no predetermined destination. There was no promise that humans would appear. There was no guarantee of intelligence. There was no certainty that dinosaurs would disappear. There was no plan written into the first cell. The future was open, and life explored it, one generation at a time. That is what makes the story so extraordinary. Now, imagine the Earth today, from space. It looks peaceful. Blue oceans, white clouds, brown and green continents, a thin atmosphere. But inside that thin layer, billions of organisms are living. Trees, grass, fungi, insects, Fish, birds, mammals, microbes, humans, every one of them, part of the same ancient story. And if you could shrink yourself down, smaller and smaller, you could enter one human cell. Inside, you would find a world. Molecular machines move continuously. DNA stores information. RNA carries messages. Ribosomes assemble proteins. Membranes control movement. Mitochondria produce energy. The cell is not still. It is alive with motion. And all of this is happening while you sleep. You don't have to control it. You don't even have to think about it. Your body knows what to do. Your heart continues beating. Your lungs continue moving. Your cells repair themselves. Your brain changes its activity. Your body maintains its internal environment. And while all this happens, you can simply rest. The ancient machinery of life is working quietly inside you. Now, think about the first cell again. Perhaps it had a membrane. Perhaps it contained primitive genetic material. Perhaps it used chemical energy. We cannot know every detail, but imagine it floating in the ancient ocean. Small, fragile, unaware, and yet, its descendants would eventually fill oceans, cover continents, build forests, create animals, and become capable of looking back across billions of years. There is something deeply peaceful about that. The beginning was small. The journey was enormous. And the present is temporary. Tonight, you are one moment in that journey. Tomorrow, another moment. Your life will pass, as every generation before you passed. But the larger story continues. Children will grow. Plants will bloom. Animals will move. Microbes will divide. The seasons will change. The oceans will rise and fall. The earth will continue turning. Perhaps one day, far in the future, humans will no longer be here. Perhaps life will look completely different. Perhaps new species will evolve. Perhaps the continents will move into unfamiliar arrangements. Perhaps the oceans will change. Perhaps Earth's climate will transform. The future is unknown, but the same principle remains. Change, adaptation, continuity. Life finding new possibilities. And far beyond Earth, the universe continues too. Stars are born. Stars die. Galaxies move. New planets form. Some worlds may contain oceans. Some may contain atmospheres. Perhaps somewhere, another chemical system is beginning its own story. Perhaps life exists elsewhere. We do not yet know. But here, on this small blue world, we know that life happened. We know it survived. We know it transformed the planet. And we know you are part of it. Now, let your breathing slow. There is nowhere else you need to go tonight. You have traveled through oceans, through ancient cells, through oxygen-rich worlds, through forests, through dinosaurs, through mammals, through humanity, and back to yourself. The journey is complete. For now, imagine the Earth at night. The continents are dark except for scattered lights. The moon hangs above the ocean. Clouds drift slowly. The atmosphere glows faintly around the planet. Inside those clouds, water moves. Inside the oceans, life moves. Inside forests, life breathes. Inside homes, people sleep. And inside you, trillions of cells continue their quiet work. Take one more slow breath. In and out. Feel the weight of your body. Let the bed support you. Let your muscles relax. Let your thoughts become distant. You don't need to remember every detail. Just remember this. Life began small. Life changed. Life endured. And eventually, life became you. The first life on Earth may have been almost invisible, but its legacy is everywhere. In the ocean, in the soil, in the atmosphere, in every forest, in every animal, in every cell, in you. The ancient beginning is still present in the living world around us. And now, we return to the ocean, the same ocean where our story began. The surface is calm. The night is clear. Stars reflect across the water. Far below, tiny organisms drift through the darkness. The currents carry them gently. The planet turns. The moon moves across the sky. And life continues. You are no longer searching for the beginning. You have traveled through it. You have seen how a world of chemistry became a world of cells, then organisms, then ecosystems, then minds capable of wondering about their own origins. And now, you can let the question rest. Some mysteries are allowed to remain mysteries. You can simply be here, breathing, resting, alive. Perhaps tomorrow, you will wake beneath the same sky. The sun will rise. Birds will sing. Trees will exchange gases. Microbes will continue their ancient work. The oceans will move. And the earth will keep turning. The story will continue, without needing to announce itself. Quietly, naturally, one generation after another. So, close your eyes. Let the ancient ocean become a dream. Let the stars become distant lights. Let the first cell become a tiny spark, floating peacefully through deep time. And let that spark slowly fade into darkness. Not an ending, just rest. The first life began billions of years ago. And tonight, one of its descendants is sleeping. The earth is beneath you. The atmosphere surrounds you. Ancient molecules move through your body. Your cells continue their quiet rhythm. Everything is connected. Everything is part of the journey. And for now, you can simply sleep. Deeply, peacefully, slowly. The story of life will continue. The earth will continue turning. The stars will continue shining. The oceans will continue moving. And somewhere, in the endless darkness, another beginning may already be waiting. Good night. Sleep peacefully, and let the ancient story of life carry you gently into your dreams. Globe showing Europe, Africa, water wave, Milky Way, sleeping face. The first life on Earth was small, quiet, almost invisible. But from that beginning came an entire living world. And now, you can rest inside it. Good night. Crescent Moon, ZZZ.